For Kings Talk and so much more.
Live and vocal.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
Yes. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports, taking you up to 2 p.m. And it's more like a no, or maybe a whoa, or a stop, or a go. It's not often when there's so many things happening in a 24-hour span that you're trying to pick and choose what in God's name you should start with. Kyle Ladbetter behind the glass, by the way. Going to do a great job for us. But that's where we're at right now. And honestly, based on how things are happening, something else will probably break during this show. That's probably what's going to happen. In the last 24 hours, the Kings get embarrassed at home. They get sent packing. And by the way, with everything that happened with Monte McNair and Sam Amick, great job from Sam Amick. With everything that happened with the organization, I do want to make sure we make this clear. Last night, the players were pathetic. I do want to say that first off. Before we get into everything else and all the other issues, that was a pathetic display. I don't care about obviously I do care, but as far as the organization, as far as the ownership, that is all fine and good. And we're going to spend majority of the day on that. But let me get this out the way. That was pathetic last night. I ripped up the box score during crosstalk because there's no point in looking at it. That was a pathetic display of basketball. That was an embarrassment to the city of Sacramento. That was an embarrassment to the state capital. That was. So I just wanted to start there because we're going to talk so much about things that didn't happen on the court, but I can't let them slide because that was pathetic. And all the narratives, whether you're Monte, Sabonis, DeRozan, all of them, just wear it because you did not show up. You got flat out embarrassed at home. People spent their hard-earned money on that product. And you did not show up. You should have just stayed in Napa, stayed in the El Dorado, wherever the hell you live. You should have just not even showed up. All right? So let me just say that. That was pathetic. Now let's get to all of the stuff that happened off the court. And by the way, player exit interviews are happening around 10:45. So what we're going to do here is we're breaking down, obviously, what happened. Scott Perry hired as the GM, and I don't even think Monte McNair has cleaned out his office yet. Scott Perry's already in there. Hey, man, hurry up. You know when somebody's waiting for your parking spot and you start having to rush? That's what's happening with Monte McNair. It's that meme where his card just doesn't work. Scott Perry hired as GM, and maybe Scott Perry will be allowed to make some actual decisions because apparently, according to Sam Amick, Monte McNair was not. The DeRozan thing, there were fingerprints above Monte McNair. The Doug Christie thing, fingerprints above Monte McNair. So Scott Perry is GM by name, but we don't know what he's actually going to be able to do. So that happened about, 20 minutes ago. And the Kings are dealing with their exit interviews where they will have to answer probably every question besides what happened last night. It's all about the future with the Sacramento Kings. So all of that is going down. Like I said, the exit interviews are starting at about 10:45. And just so you have this schedule in case you are looking forward to hearing from someone, this is all based on us being able to get the feed. We believe we will be able to get the live feed. And Kyle just gave me the thumbs up, so we feel good about that there. DeRozan kicks it off around 10:45. Domantas Sabonis is next. Zach LaVine is after that. Malik Monk is after that. Keegan Murray is after that. And Trey Lyles kind of rounds it out. They do have more exit interviews. Keon Ellis, Jonas Valanciunas, Devin Carter. But as far as running them as live as possible, we are going to stop at Trey Lyles, which will be around 12 o'clock. Don't worry. We'll have plenty of time for your calls and your texts because these interviews are not all going to be 10, 15 minutes. So in our segments, as soon as they end, we'll get right back to the conversations and figuring out what exactly the Kings are attempting to do. So you have a situation where the last 24 hours, so much has happened. And to be looked at as the laughingstock of the NBA, to lose to the only team that was looked at worse than you, that's the issue here. That's the issue. All season long, what have we been saying on this show? Hashtag, we're not Dallas. At least we're not Dallas. Well, Dallas came into your city last night and embarrassed you. Anthony Davis was talking trash to fans saying, go beat the traffic. I told y'all a couple weeks ago, I saw Gladiator 2 on the plane. So honor is on my mind. Just no honor. No honor last night. So the reaction, of course, is to fire Monte McNair based on the embarrassment that just happened. Now, the way that they hired Scott Perry so quickly, maybe it becomes a conversation that these wheels were already moving. Maybe he would have got fired. Monte McNair would have, even if they made it to the playoffs. I guess we'll never know because those guys decided to not show up and to, as Doug Christie said last night, lose their mind and throw the ball all around the gym. That's what he said happened in the second quarter. First quarter was great. Second quarter, they lost their mind and threw the ball all around the gym. That is a quote from Doug Christie. So where do we go next? Like I said, you can hire Scott Perry. You can hire whoever you want. But if you continue to not let these guys do their job, then why are we even going through this exercise? Why? Why have a facade? Why do it? Just be if you're going to be Jerry Jones, just be Jerry Jones. At least Jerry Jones owns it. At least Jerry Jones says, yeah, I'm probably going to croak soon, but I'm going to die. And when I do, I will still be running this organization. I am going to ride it till the wheels fall off. Let's not play these games. Let's not hire people and not let them do their job. Let's not pretend like there is a hierarchy when there isn't. If you continue to jump over and leapfrog the decision-making from people that you hired, then stop wasting everyone's time. Stop doing it. Because at least we would all be on the same page. There's nothing worse than that, right? When somebody tells you how they feel about you or whatever it is, you respect that a little bit more. When you have somebody that kind of plays with their name, and when you see, and I know these people, there's some of these people in the media. When they see you, it's all love, what's up, what's good. But you heard from the grapevine or somebody sends you this, that they're talking about you. It's, man, you got something to say, just say it. There's something about just being straight up. If you want to make the decisions, make the damn decisions. But let's not go through this exercise where Scott Perry is a puppet and Monte McNair is a puppet and Wes Wilcox was more so behind the DeMar DeRozan thing. It's Wes and Vivek. What are we doing? What are we actually doing? So we got 4 hours with you, 916-339-1140. Like I said, we will have the exit interviews, and they're going to be broken down into the segments, and they start at around 10:45. But most of the exit interviews, I do not believe, will be 10 minutes long. So we have plenty of talking, plenty of calls, surprise guests that we're still trying to confirm. It's a monumental day here on the Allen Stiles Show in Sacramento, and I wish it was for a better reason. But you know what? Throughout this whole time, what do we say? If they got their butts whooped, maybe that will teach them a lesson. Well, we're here now. Brendan Nunez was on the show yesterday. We said, I mean, if you're going to lose, I will say this. Can I, and I'll be completely honest with you. I think we can all agree that what happened last night is much better than losing tomorrow in Memphis. That's how I feel. Now, again, hiring Scott Perry so quickly, maybe if they lose in Memphis, Monte still would have been let go. Maybe. We'll never know. But I will say this. I did not want to be stuck in purgatory anymore. And I only been here for 2 years. I don't know how y'all been doing it for this long. 40 years. 40 years. I only been here for 2. So I will say that what happened last night is better in my estimation, than the Kings. That was my fear. My deepest fear is not that we are inadequate, that we are power beyond belief. No, my deepest fear was the Kings winning last night, beating the brakes out of the Mavericks, very similarly to how the Mavericks beat the brakes off of the Kings, and then losing to Memphis. The facade is over. You're not good enough. You're not good enough, and you're not close. So you can take this as a learning experience and figure it out, or you can continue to be the laughing stock. It's your choice. No more puppets. You're going to hire someone, let them do their damn job. And I get it. When you are successful at something, you feel untouchable. Can y'all imagine if I was a billionaire? I would think I could do anything I want. I would be putting my hands in everything. Oh, let me invest in this. Let me invest in that. Who cares? I'm a billionaire. I know what I'm doing. But at some point, you have to wear that you are successful. Yes, you are. Hell yeah, you are. But in order to continue that success, you need to let the decision makers that you hired do their job. So on a day where there is a new GM by name, Scott Perry, we will find out soon enough how much power he actually has. Because we all can play NBA 2K. The difference is we're not playing with billions of dollars, and we're not playing with the feelings of one of the best cities in America and best fan bases in the NBA. 4 hours with you. When we return, we break down what happened last night with Monte McNair and the new quote-unquote GM, Scott Perry. Allen Stiles Show, Sacktown Sports.
Power Business Technology is proud to be a 100% independent, locally owned and managed Toshiba copier dealer. Local ownership cuts out the red tape, allowing ourselves to never be too busy to personally answer the call when our clients need us. Recognized for excellence in service execution, training, and customer service, we're proud to be named a Toshiba ProMasters Elite Dealer since 2021. Contact us today for all your business printing needs at 844-POWER-BZ. That's 844-769-3729 or visit us at powercopiers.com.
Come check out Capital Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room with the most variety of table games in the region in a safe and friendly environment. Plenty of well-lit parking available, conveniently located in downtown Sacramento. And remember, Capital Casino has the best food, the best service, and the best action. 411 North 16th Street in downtown Sacramento. For more information, log on to capital-casino.com, and please gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Allen Stiles. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sacktown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sacktown Sports app.
916-339-1140. Like I said, in about 30 minutes, the exit interviews will start for the Kings, and we're going to have that for you live also on YouTube. So if you are feeling the need to call, and you can call in, I would do that now because we're going to rock through with the exit interviews, and we'll have time in between the exit interviews. But any calls that you want to get in, and obviously the text line's always on fire. And shout out to the Sack Chat as well, our YouTube. If you are driving and you're about to be home and you want to keep listening, you can do that a couple ways. You can do that on YouTube, the Sacktown Sports channel. Go ahead and search that. 1140 works too. And you can check it out on TuneIn, on the TuneIn app or the Sacktown Sports app. A lot of ways to listen these days to get your Kings fix. And this is a day where you definitely need it. You know, the last couple of weeks have been so, I guess, confusing, I would say, because we were kind of just walking the plank, waiting for the season to end. There was a little bit of hope once you saw that it was the Mavs, even though the Suns were worse than the Mavs. You got Kevin Durant, and you never know what could happen there with Devin Booker. But, hey, you're going to get a bad Mavs team. The Grizzlies completely in a free fall. Yes, the direction of the team wasn't great, but, hey, maybe we could sneak and get in the playoffs. But even throughout that situation, there weren't a lot of feelings of hope, if you will. And I don't know if the feeling is hope or despair today, because we did ask for changes to be made. The problem is now we're learning that Monte McNair, who has been much maligned throughout his tenure post-Beam team, turns out that we don't even know how much control Monte McNair actually had. The reports from Sam Amick, as far as the decisions with Doug Christie, Monte McNair did not want to fire Mike Brown, but he sat up there during the presser and said it was his decision. So I'm not going to say, kind of told a fib there, but people do that. And Kyle, we have some audio on that too.
I mean, he didn't want Mike fired. He didn't want Doug to be the coach. He didn't want Doug to continue to be the coach. So we can start there.
We can start there. That's a problem, right? Does everyone agree that a GM being forced to fire a coach and hire a coach is a problem? I think there's not a lot of things these days that everyone can agree on, but I feel pretty confident that you could all agree with me on that one. And now you move on to Scott Perry, New York Knicks general manager from 2017 to 2023. Mark Spears says it's a great hire. He just tweeted that. Scott Perry was second in command under both presidents Steve Mills and Leon Rose, and he was second in command. Yeah, Leon Rose, that was 2023 to right now to present until he just got this new job.
No, he got fired after 2023.
There you go.
So
he's just chilling.
Yes, he hadn't held another position the last 2 years, but he got fired by Leon Rose, and they basically dissolved the general manager position.
And like we talked about a couple days ago, it really all depends how you view these titles, whether it's president of basketball operations, GM. It's more so who has the power, right? So there are GMs walking around, and that's what we learned with Wes Wilcox. Wes Wilcox was making a lot of decisions. So Monte, we really don't necessarily know how much power Monte ever had. Some of the notable transactions: February 2019 traded Porzingis for Dennis Smith Jr., 2 first-rounders. June 2019 drafted R.J. Barrett. July, he signed Julius Randle. July 2022, Brunson signed that deal in free agency. They got Josh Hart. So his fingerprints are there. Fingerprints were there. And again, yes, as Kyle said, fired by Rose following the Knicks winning 47 games and getting to that first playoff series.
I guess we should also clarify the Knicks front office made those moves, had his fingerprints on it, but he's never been a chief basketball decision maker.
Well, and it doesn't feel like he's going to be, based on what happened with Monte, he ain't going to be one here either.
Yeah, I guess that's fair.
He's just a face. He's just a face, right? That's what we're doing. We just need somebody to make us feel good. We need somebody to take the bullets, really. That's what it seems like right now. Want to get to this statement, couple of statements here from Monte McNair and Vivek Ranadive. This is from Vivek Ranadive, his statement on parting ways with Monte McNair. The Sacramento Kings announced today that the team and general manager Monte McNair are mutually parting ways. Here's the quote: "I want to sincerely thank Monte for his leadership and the invaluable contributions he made during his time in Sacramento," said Sacramento Kings owner and chairman Vivek Ranadive. "He helped build a strong foundation for continued success here, and we wish him and his family all the best in their future endeavors." McNair joined the Kings as general manager in September 2020, overseeing basketball operations. Prior to the Kings, McNair spent 13 years with the Houston Rockets. Here is Monte McNair's statement as well. "5 years ago, I was given the opportunity of a lifetime. I'll always be grateful to Vivek and the entire Kings organization for taking a chance on me. The Beam team brought so much joy to so many. Thank you to the players, coaches, and staff who played such a vital role in creating those special moments and memories. To the Sacramento community, thank you for welcoming and embracing me and my family. We arrived as a family of 4 and leave as a family of 6. As a California kid, this truly felt like a dream homecoming. To Kings fans, you're simply the best. I'll never forget the deafening roar before Game 1 or the countless other unforgettable moments we shared. There will be many more Beams in the Kings' future. Like the Beam, That's from Monte. So 2 statements there. And I don't think we've seen an official statement on the Scott Perry thing yet, right, Kyle?
No, that's not. Well, they're saying finalizing a deal. He has not been named the general manager yet.
There you go.
So you won't hear people confirming it at these press conferences.
So it all comes to a bit of a bitter end, and it all happened pretty quickly because we sat there and we had these conversations. What's going to happen? And is it going to matter whether the Kings win or lose? We have some source information that feels like Monte was out the door either way. I just don't know how this stuff is coming to be. I wish I was a fly on the wall in some of these conversations, but I don't even know who is in these conversations.
That's the crazy part about all of this.
I feel like it's the Green Goblin mask. As soon as the Kings get to some type of stability, the Green Goblin mask is just pointing out, just screaming to the Kings organization, screw it up.
Yeah.
Do something crazy.
I apologize to the audience for not being able to say it for a while, but based on putting the puzzle pieces together and a little bit of information I'm privy to, I knew about 2.5 weeks ago that Monte was not probably coming back. I didn't know for sure if a deep playoff run would have changed that, and that was obviously still on the table, but all of this had been going on behind the scenes for a while, and if you're going through all this work, it's pretty clear that there was going to be a parting of ways.
We break down Monte McNair's tenure with the Kings, and we take your calls, your texts, and don't forget, we have the exit interviews coming up in about 20 minutes as well. Allen Stiles, Sacramento Sports.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Elk Grove Honda.
I'm Tamara Berg in the KCRA 3 Weather Center for your Thursday. It's going to start out cloudy and cool thanks to that Delta breeze. As we head through the afternoon, clouds will thin out as the hours go by. Expect temperatures today close to average into the low 70s. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA 3 News and the KCRA 3 app.
At Elk Grove Honda, we've acquired some of the best pre-owned cars we can find. Whether you purchase a new Honda or a like-new pre-owned Honda, Elk Grove Honda has the right Honda at the right price. In the Elk Grove Auto Mall, Highway 99 and Elk Grove Boulevard, or elkgrovehonda.com.
I gotta get an Elk Grove Honda.
Progressive knows if you have to choose between everyday life and your RV, RV wins.
What, are you going to take the RV to the mountains or go pick up your dry cleaning? RV wins! Are we cleaning the gutters or taking the RV camping? RV wins! Are we getting a new passport or cruising up the coast? RV wins!
Don't forget, you got that trip to Sweden coming up.
Oh, yeah, passport, then RV. Yeah!
With Progressive, you can bundle your RV with your home or auto and save with a discount and spend more time enjoying those savings in your RV. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates, other insurers, not available in all states and situations.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Sacramento, get ready. The Sacktown Sports Live events calendar is packed with epic shows you won't want to miss. Classic rock bands, America takes the stage at Hard Rock Live Sacramento on May 9th. Then hip-hop legend LL Cool J brings the beats to Thunder Valley on May 10th. The Outlaw Music Festival rolls into Toyota Amphitheater on May 18th. And punk pioneers The Dam hit Ace of Spades on May 31st. June heats up with JJ Gray and Mofro at Ace of Spades on June 10th. Plus, country superstars Lee Brice and Walker Hayes at Ironstone Amphitheater on June 21st. Then it's 3 days of country fun at the Country Summer Music Festival at Sonoma County Fairgrounds on June 27th through the 29th. Get your boots ready for the Folsom Pearl Rodeo July 3rd through 5th. Then catch Cody Johnson at Golden One Center on July 18th and Parker McCollum at Ironstone Amphitheater on August 16th. Mark your calendars, grab your tickets, and don't miss out. Find all the details at sacktownsports.com.
Look, I've played a lot of golf courses in Sacramento, but if you want pristine conditions, a fun layout, and 27 holes that never get old, Timber Creek and Sierra Pines is the spot. The fairway is perfect, the greens smooth and true, the practice facility next level. And whether you're out for a casual round or hosting a big tournament, Timber Creek delivers every time. The course is always in top shape. The staff treats you right. And the experience, it's unmatched. It's easily my favorite place to play in Sacramento. Book your tee time now at timbercreekgc.com.
Sacramento's premier country music festival, Country in the Park, is coming back May 16th and 17th at Cal Expo with Bailey Zimmerman, Billy Currington, Cole Wetzel, Nate Smith, and more. You'll enjoy food trucks, rock walls, and a mechanical bull, line dancing, and more. Single-day GA tickets start at $52 at CITPFest.com. Country in the Park, May 16th and 17th with Diamond Pacific Supply and Trex, Michelob Ultra, and Carl's Jr. Find out more at CITPFest.com.
The sewer system. It's probably the last thing on your mind, and that's okay. Because at the Sacramento Area Sewer District, it's our first priority. As the region's largest sewer utility, we own and maintain thousands of miles of sewer pipe. And our job is to get to your sewer problem before it interrupts your life. So whether you've got a slow drain or a backup, call us first, day or night. The Sacramento Area Sewer District. It's a dirty job, but we're happy to do it.
Finally, an easy way to find home improvement contractors. Just visit subcontractorsunited.com and simplify your search for home services professionals. From cabinets to windows, roofing to plumbing, Subcontractors United is an easy, simple way to find and hire a home improvement contractor. And you never have to give up personal information. So no harassing phone calls like you get from those other websites. Subcontractorsunited.com is sponsored by D&D Cabinets and Savage Design.
Hey everybody, it's your boy Kyle Draper. You know, I still remember the first car I ever owned. It was sweet. It was cherry red, but it didn't quite run the way that I wanted. It would make a funny sound like something like that when I was driving, and eventually I had to get rid of it. But I tell you what, I wish I knew the fine people at Mercedes-Benz of Stockton back then. You know, their service department is first class, and they accept most extended warranties no matter where you purchase your vehicle. Their service department, those technicians out there, they're super experienced, more than 224 years. Plus, they treat you fairly. The price is fair. They treat you like your family. So schedule your service today at Mercedes-Benz of Stockton. It's just a short drive right off I-5. Or, of course, you can go online anytime at mbfstockton.com to schedule your service today. And tell them Drape sent you.
It's Carmichael Dave talking to you about my good friends at American Energy. You're in the Sacramento area. You know how the seasons work. They are a-changing right now. So American Energy wants to help you stay warm for the rest of the cold season, but help you stay cool during the warm season. Best way to do that, make sure your system is operating safely. So right now is the time to take advantage of half off a tune-up, $24.50. They cut that right in half. And if you want a diagnostic, guess what? You can't beat free. If it's free, it's me, and now it can be you. And also, it's the end of the season blowout. $4,000 off a new system plus any rebates. That $4,000, that's a direct drop from the sticker price. It's a great deal. Check them out at theaeway.com for an instant quote or give them a call at 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990. Tell them your good buddy Carmichael Dave sent you.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Your home for Kings talk and so much more.
Live and local.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
We have the exit interviews. Should be able to have those for you when they start up around 10:45. So get your calls in, get your texts in before that gets going, and we'll still be listening to you, taking your calls throughout based on when these exit interviews start and end. Very interested in what DeMar DeRozan has to say. He kicks it off, what Monte Sabonis has to say as well. My initial thought when I saw such a quick hiring of Scott Perry, my initial thought is that Doug Christie is safe. That's my initial thought. Last night, when Monte McNair was relieved of his duties, I thought this could get squirrely. But to hire someone this quickly, and now knowing that Monte McNair didn't even want to hire Doug Christie as the coach, makes me feel like a prerequisite to taking this job, unless Vivek has changed his mind, but a prerequisite to take this job and to be offered this job is that Doug Christie will be your head coach. So if you are out there as a fan of Doug Christie, like anything could happen, and I think you know that, but my initial thought is that Doug is a bit safer than I thought last night. I think he's safe because hiring someone this quickly, and even Jason Ross said it feels like if they weren't going in this direction, they would have probably, based on the other things that they've been doing, they would have probably let us know. 916, this is from Esteban, says, and this is really interesting, not what I thought I would be reading here, but this is from Esteban on the text line. Monte McNair just used us for money, ? Why would he let Vivek make his decisions? Would Jerry West do that? No. We need someone that will tell Vivek no. Esteban, I don't know what your job is, but you go ahead and try that at your job for the person that signs your checks. Right now, there is a level of, hey, I don't know that that's the right decision, but come on now. Come on now.
He got fired.
Yeah. I mean, so it's his fault. He just saying Monte just used us for money is a wild statement. Wild statement. Now, this is what I think happened. Because I was thinking about this during the break. Hey, well, if you're saying that Monte McNair was a puppet, then should Vivek be getting any kudos for the Beam Team season? Should Monte not get credit for the Beam Team season? Things like that. Where does it start? Where does it end? This is how I'm understanding it, right? Or how I am visualizing this thing went. Very similar to what Doug Christie said last night about the second quarter. We just lost our mind and started throwing the ball all over the gym. What I believe happened is that after the Beam Team season, that whole time Monte had a good bit of control. They're rolling. They get to the playoffs. After that Beam Team season, last season, when they missed the playoffs, I think that's when everything went off the rails. That's when it was, I thought I was going to get playoff revenue. I thought this, I thought that. And it all, get me DeRozan, get me LaVine, Mike Brown can't win. That's what I think happened. They missed the playoffs and bleep just got crazy. That's how I understand. That's how, in my mind, it went down.
Well, and what was the one move that set up the Beam Team season, aside from like signing Monk and signing Kevin Huerter, which is like whatever? It was Sabonis for Halliburton, right? That was the trade. That was the thing that set up the Beam Team season. If Vivek had made such a move or concocted such a move, you would have think we would have heard about it by now, all these years later.
Yeah. So that's how I see it. So if you're wondering, well, who should we even give Monte credit for what he did? I think up to last season, Monte McNair did have a level of power. Very similar to how it looked on the outside, that these decisions were just made kind of hastily. I think after they missed the playoffs last season, it burned them so bad that that was, and I'm just assuming here, that is when Monte lost a sense of power. That is when it was, hey, well, I'm going to hop in here because I don't like the direction that we're going. And after that, Monte McNair at that point turned into a puppet, for lack of a better term, or honestly, more like a punching bag, because we thought that Monte McNair was making these moves. It feels like after the situation with missing the playoffs and, you keep Harrison Barnes, things like that. That was when, and funny enough, and somehow this is still all Luka's fault. Because if Luka doesn't flop on Malik Monk, the Kings probably make the playoffs, and all these hasty decisions aren't made.
Or at the very least, they're a top 8 seed in the play-in, which gives them a better
Two
shot.
shots.
Yeah. 2
swings at it.
Maybe they would have still lost, but it wouldn't have been as dramatic of an exit as it was.
Yeah, and people are on the Sack Chat right now saying De'Aaron Fox is probably smirking somewhere. You damn right he is. You are 1,000% right, because this is exactly what he was talking about. And the other thing is this. If you've been listening on this show, you know how I get down. I'm all about compartmentalizing. So I think it's very simple to me to say, hey, we really appreciate the fact that Vivek helped save the team and keep the team in Sacramento. That is completely separate to what is going on now. So you can enjoy and like what he did. And honestly, what he does, he rides for Sacramento. You can enjoy all of that, but on the other hand, also say, hey, these other things that you're doing, I don't really love. And maybe we'd be in an even better spot if you stopped doing it. So I think it's easy to separate those two. It's very easy, right? Because I see this a lot on the text line when people call in. We understand the caveat, right? Or we understand everybody is thankful to Vivek for helping keep Sacramento, or the Kings in Sacramento. We all understand that. So when you call in, you can continue to say it, but I do feel like that is understood throughout Sacramento. And then you go into whatever you want to go into. Because to me, those are completely separate things. You started out and, wow, this is awesome. And now it's getting to a point, like I said, very Jerry Jonesy, how it's all going down. And even Jerry Jones gets roasted for it. He gets roasted for it as well. So this isn't and honestly, other owners do too. This happens all the time. So this is not a situation where, we're trying to pick on anybody. The reality is we've spent our hard-earned money on you, especially in this economy. And all we want is to see a team that we can at least pretend is competitive. We can at least pretend has a spot. There was a lot of people going back and forth on the play-in and whether or not the play-in has a point or not. And I saw someone kind of speak on it and say, if you're not one of the best 6 teams in your conference, then you don't have any say, right? It's not as if the play-in, you're a top 4 team and you still got to deal with the garbage. If you're not able to be a top 6 team, you can't really bang the table and say, we deserve this. Now, obviously, when you look at the difference between a 7 seed and an 8 seed or a 6 seed and a 7 seed, I understand that. Or in both ways, right? If it's really bad or if it's not bad at all. But ultimately, if you are at the bottom of your conference, right, or the bottom tier of your conference, it's hard for you to bang the table and say, well, we deserve this or we deserve that. You feel like that because of how things used to be. We'll go out there and prove it. So there's no facade anymore with the organization trying to tell people that we are headed in the right direction. Clearly, you are not. Last week we said, are the Kings headed in the right direction, wrong direction, or no direction? I still don't know the answer. But if it is no direction, you got to figure it's closer to wrong direction than right. So they start from scratch. All we can hope for now is to learn from these mistakes, right? Or to learn from the decisions and how the decisions were made. But even with how this GM was hired, I don't think that they have.
Well, and this is also the 3rd time we've done this with Vivek now. The first time it was firing Michael Malone in 2014 when Boogie had meningitis, and then it was hiring George Karl in that disaster. It's like, okay, Vivek's going to learn from his mistakes.
Yeah.
And then it was Vlade Divac, and they fired him, and it was like, okay, now Vivek's going to learn from his mistakes. We have a head coach, we have a new coach, a new front office, and so now it's just the 3rd time around, and yes, they had one playoff run out of it, but it just sucks because we felt like we were getting out of this, right? Yeah. We felt like we had left this behind, and now you're back in the same spot you were when they fired Michael Malone or when they fired George Karl or when they fired Vlade Divac.
Yeah, this is another text, and look, it can't all be pessimistic. We have an optimist here that I want to call out. This is from Boston Jack from the 916. Boston Jack says, guys, let's not hang our heads. A couple points. Thank you, Vivek. You saved the Kings. Vivek is a rich man, and this is his toy. He has a right to care, and he belongs to a long history of owners who are involved. Point 2, I am excited by what's next. This is ground zero. We are starting now. When I work with folks, it's about where we start and what we can do. I like what we have right now as a starting point. Thanks. That's from Boston Jack. What do we have right now, Boston Jack? And people do like Scott Perry, and I never tell people how to fan. Boston Jack is going to be in the minority today. But I don't know how we can say we like where we're at right now because I don't know where we're at. And if Vivek is going to continue to supersede the decisions, then I don't know how we could like where we're at right now because I don't know who's making Scott Perry could be the best GM ever. But how would we know if he doesn't get to make decisions if he has Monte McNair made a couple bad decisions, right? I don't like some of the draft picks and the decision to not do anything after Beam Team season. Those were some of his biggest misses, right? And then because of that, hey, you don't get any more decision-making power. So if you're not allowed to make mistakes, think about what happened in OKC when they signed Gordon Hayward. What if they said, hey, you hit on SGA, you got us all these draft picks, but Gordon Hayward was a miss, so I'm taking over now.
I would say to the texter's point, just give us some time. Like, we were not prepared for any organization, nonetheless this one, even all the turmoil and chaos of this year, we were not prepared for, since the time we signed off the air yesterday, for the Kings to get smacked by the Dallas Mavericks, to fire their general manager, to apparently hire a new general manager, and to find out, oh yeah, by the way, that general manager had no say in firing the head coach and had no say in trading for Zach LaVine and et cetera, et cetera. It's a lot, okay? We'll find some silver linings eventually, but right now it just seems like chaos.
It's fresh. It's fresh. The 707 said, putting aside the dysfunction in ownership, how are we feeling about Scott Perry and his track record? I think it's a fine track record. We need to figure out if he's going to be able to make decisions. And if he makes a mistake, will he still have the power to make decisions? That's the issue right now. We are going to get to a break. Kyle is working on what's going on as far as the exit interviews. We will have those as soon as possible based on the schedule. DeMar DeRozan is kicking it off, and we are working our hardest to get those for you. So don't go anywhere. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
For more than half a century, contractors and trade professionals have relied on WeatherGuard for heavy-duty truck and van storage equipment, not just to protect their tools, but to protect their professional reputations. Whether it's inside or outside of work vehicles, a WeatherGuard badge means pros can trust that their hard-earned name is in good hands. Since 1968 and every day since, WeatherGuard has been protecting anything it takes to build a professional reputation. WeatherGuard, established in 1968, proven every day. WeatherGuard.com.
If you're not looking for a brand new car, at Elk Grove Honda, we've acquired some of the best pre-owned cars we can find. We've kept only the best of our trades, and our buyer has found some of the finest pre-owned Hondas available in Northern California. You can see for yourself at elkgrovehonda.com. Whether you purchase a brand new Honda or a like-new pre-owned Honda, your car buying experience will be the same. We have the right Honda at the right price. You'll find us in the Elk Grove Auto Mall, Highway 99 and Elk Grove Boulevard.
I gotta get an Elk Grove Honda.
Spring has sprung, and now is the best time to spruce up your home. Between spring cleaning and evaluating your home, it is the perfect time to reach out to the folks at the Overhead Door Company of Sacramento. Jason Ross here, and I'm so glad we did. We reached out, and we're now about a month in to our brand new garage doors. Now, first off, we improved our curb appeal. They look great, and it's one of the first things people notice when they approach your home. A new, modern, stylish garage door can improve the overall appearance of your home, just like it did for us. Also, how about this for a nice benefit? The return of investment. A new garage door is high on the return of investment home improvement project list. It's one of the more cost-effective upgrades you can make to improve your home's value. Hey, see for yourself. Check out their products. Go to the showroom at 6756 Franklin Boulevard and ask about the Sacktown Sports Special. Overhead Door Company of Sacramento, the genuine, the original overhead door. Always look for the red ribbon logo.
Skeeter here, Field Tech, Sacramento Yellow Mosquito and Vector Control District. Hey, it's my favorite week of the year, Mosquito Awareness Week. Yep, the spring and warm weather means the little suckers are starting to breed and bite. Gotcha. So it's time to fight the bite. Once a week, drain standing water from flower pots, bird baths, dog dishes, and at dawn and dusk, start using insect repellent outside and wear long clothes, because these skeeters are out for blood.
The Sacramento Yola Mosquito and Vector Control District reminds you it's time to fight the bite. For more information, go to fightthebite.net.
I'm Ken Korak with your Green and Gold Report, brought to you by Comcast Business, powering possibilities. With a little historical perspective on Jacob Wilson's 15-game hitting streak to begin the season, which ended on the 13th against the Mets. In the expansion era, the only longer streak by an Athletic to start a season, San Javier hit in 17 straight in 1994. The Athletics record, Hank Majeski, 19 straight in 49.
Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business with reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solution, and Wi-Fi backup. Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. For details on special offers, including free professional installation and up to a $500 Visa prepaid card on qualifying internet bundles, log on to business.comcast.com. Comcast Business, powering possibility.
What's up? We're talking to Chad Hoblet of Hoblet Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram and Woodland. Ram Truck Month is back. Chad, what kind of deals are happening at Hoblet?
Right now, save up to $17,000 off MSRP on the hard-to-find new 2024 Ram 2500 Bighorn Crew Cabs. We have hundreds of new Ram Heavy Duties available with huge savings, including on the new 2025 Ram Heavy Duties. One of many reasons we are California's #1 Ram truck dealer.
Okay, what kind of selection are we talking about?
We have over 300 new Ram Heavy Duties available, including the all-new 2025 Ram Heavy Duties everyone's buzzing about. With more arriving daily, it's a full-on Ram takeover. If you've been thinking about a new Ram Heavy Duty, now is the time, especially with potential tariffs that could impact the pricing soon.
Search, select, and save through their whole inventory at HobletDodge.com. Unbeatable prices, unbeatable selection. Nobody beats Hoblet, period.
$17,000 total net savings on select new 2024 Ram 2500 Bighorns after $79.72 factory rebates and $90.28 dealer discount. Rebates include $500 first responder bonus cash for eligible first responders. Due with this net savings, sample VIN 395 300 and 396 633. See dealer for details.
Allen Stiles
You can join the show by texting 916-339-1140.
on Sacktown Sports.
Working on the exit interviews. Nothing has happened yet, but not being as, say, televised, but not being streamed on the larger platforms as we thought they would. Is it surprising? Not particularly.
It's less transparent.
Yes.
It seems like a lot of this is less transparent.
Yes,
and
I don't know that that's by accident.
Well, I can't imagine why.
Yeah, I don't know if that's by accident, but Kyle is Nicolas Cage right now, using the internet as if it's the Declaration of Independence, trying to find us a stream. Either way, our insiders are boots on the ground. Chris Watkins, Brendan Nunez, Frankie Cardicelli. So and obviously the audio will come out after, but we're working really hard to get you these exit interviews as they happen, and we'll let you know if we find ourselves successful in doing so. 916-339-1140. In the meantime, let's kick off some of these calls. We got some of our favorites, TC and Dwayne, to get us going. What's up, TC? What you got for us?
Hey, what's up, bro?
Hey.
Hey, so I'm not so doom and gloom, bro. I'm taking the perspective right now. Actually, I'm happy, bro, that this kind of happened right now. That we don't got to go into the summer next season talking about who is who. We got our GM. Scott Perry got a reputation, bro. He was here for a couple months. But let's not forget, bro, his track record, right? He's the one that drafted De'Aaron Fox. Why Fox was here, right? Aaron Gordon, Kevin Durant. You know what I mean? What he was doing in New York with Tibbs, R.J. Barrett, Quickly, all them dudes over there, bro. So dude got a track record, bro. We got to do, and he worked good with Vivek while he was there. I know Vlade was there, but they was working the good together. For some reason, they was working good enough to draft Fox and get a couple players here. I know they was on the back end, Zebo, George Hill, like them is all back end players, but he was able to get here. Plus he got, plus he got ties with the league. When Scott Perry, we was talking about, when Scott Perry called, bro, people will listen to that dude. He's not like a Monte, I'm quiet, I don't have plugs with people. No, he has plugs with names, bro, with agents and all that. So Scott Perry is a good dude, bro. I'm taking the approach, bro. We're in a good position.
Thanks for the call. Thanks for the call, TC. TC, always optimistic, and you can appreciate that, especially on days like this. And look, everything I've heard, like I said, Mark Spears, others, it is a great hire, right? Or a lot of people are happy about the hire. Some people not as happy about the process in the hire, but ultimately that doesn't matter. if he's successful. I don't know what is the first order of business for Scott Perry, right? Did they already have conversations about Doug Christie as the head coach? I'm going to tell you something right now. I got to be really careful how I say this. Those that don't have purple lenses on have questions about Doug Christie. Last night, there were a lot of people at that game, a lot of media, a lot of people that are in league circles. You get away from those that wear purple lenses, and a lot of people maybe aren't as high on Doug Christie as those in Sacramento that are looking at it more objectively. I think Doug Christie did a fine job. And I would say that Doug Christie did a good enough job to get a contract. I don't know how long that contract should be, but everyone that, not everyone, but a lot of people that I speak with, the way that they look at Doug is maybe not the same way that we look at Doug in Sacramento. As we get to Dwayne, wants to be a part of the conversation. What's up, Dwayne? What you got for us?
Hey, what's up, though, fellas? We've seen this coming. We've seen it all coming with all the bad moves and just things that are right in front of Monte's face that he couldn't just see it. He didn't need to go get scoring and more guard positions and two guards. He needed to go get role players. And he just couldn't even see that. So I've been saying he should have been gone. My problem is actually with the game last night. That can't happen, bro. That just can't happen. That means the Kings don't have any dogs. You know what I mean? So in the off season, you definitely got to go get some dogs, bro. You got to go get some grit because that can't happen. That's basically a one and done playoff game at home.
Yeah. Thanks for the call, Dwayne. And that's what I'm saying, man. And I kicked off the show by saying this, but we're spending a lot of time on the front office and things like that. It is not Vivek's fault that the Kings did not show up last night. It is not Doug Christie's fault that the Kings did not show up last night. It is not Monte McNair's fault that the Kings did not show up last night. This is not a young team. This is a veteran team that wet the bed. They wet the bed at home. That's what they did. So we can separate the fact that there are issues and, yeah, you might need grit and, yeah, you're missing Malik Monk, but you got embarrassed. You were 5-point favorites against a team that wanted to go home. They would never say that, but that team wanted to go home. And you did not come with the requisite energy. You did not come with the requisite focus. You did not come with any of that. And you got embarrassed. So we can put that in a different pile than everything else. But last night was pathetic. It was. So these moves were then made. Just a worst case scenario all the way around. So we'll see what Scott Perry is able to do. And a lot of people are excited about this situation. It really also comes down to what he'll be able to control himself, right? Is this still going to be the roundtable got pushed, by the way, because of the exit interview. So Brendan, Frankie, and Chris will probably be on tomorrow. But is this going to be a roundtable situation where Scott Perry has an idea and Vivek has an idea and Anjali has an idea? Everybody's got an idea. Or are they voting? Who wants to do this? Should we go after Naz Reid? Raise your hand, right? How is this whole thing operating? 11 o'clock hour coming up next. We continue to break everything down. More of your calls, more of your texts, more of your Sac Chat. Still working on the exit interviews. It's kind of weird how we can't find them. Allen Stiles, Sac Town Sports.
Your old HVAC system could be costing you a fortune in energy bills and repair bills. Right now, Sierra Pacific is offering deep discounts, saving homeowners thousands of dollars. Savings that won't be available later this year. But you must act fast. We have to fill openings in our schedule next week. This limited time offer is only available if you book your installation for next week. Don't wait until it's too late. Call Sierra Pacific and lock in your savings today.
Sierra Pacific Solar Heating and Air. The guys in the big red trucks.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds. With that kind of money, you could go big time and skip the regular line at the airport and pay for speedy security. Imagine not having to quickly unpack and pack at the place you already came packed to. And wearing your shoes the whole time you're there? You can't put a price on that kind of luxury. Well, actually you can, and you paid for it. Switch to Progressive and you could save big time. For speedy security. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states. Potential savings will vary.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture with daily use.
Finally, an easy way to find home improvement contractors. Just visit subcontractorsunited.com and simplify your search for home services professionals. From cabinets to windows, roofing to plumbing, Subcontractors United is an easy, simple way to find and hire a home improvement contractor. And you never have to give up personal information. So no harassing phone calls like you get from those other websites. Subcontractorsunited.com is sponsored by D&D Cabinets and Savage Design.
Spring is here, and that means gigantic savings for all your oil change needs at Jiffy Lube today. Get a $25 gift card with the purchase of any Pennzoil Platinum full synthetic oil change through May 31st at your local Jiffy Lube service center in the greater Sacramento areas. And don't forget about the additional $30 off online coupon at jiffylube.com. Terms apply. Valid email address required. See pennzoil.com/rewards for details. Jiffy Lube, a huge spring savings for you today.
Listen for the Toyota Tahoe Report every Thursday, Friday, and Saturday with Johnny Mosley to get the latest weather conditions in Tahoe throughout this snow season. Brought to you by your local Toyota dealers. Toyota, let's go places.
KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sacktown Sports, 1140. Your home for Kings talk and so much more.
Live and local.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
So Kyle is back there cooking, and we will have the exit interviews for you. They will not be live, but we are cutting as they're happening, and we will replay them shortly after they are done. So we should have that for you. It just won't be as live as we had hoped. So,
but DeMar DeRozan is speaking right now, and from what I'm hearing, there's some good stuff.
Okay, well there's a
we'll
tease
have that
for
in
you.
about 10 minutes.
There you go. There's that tease for you. 530 says another thing that isn't talked about enough is on Sunday, Mike Bibby said that Dallas disrespected the Kings by sitting on Sunday and not being scared to play them in sack. You know, I don't know. When we're talking about a 9-10 seed, is there really any vitriol or any venom between a 9 and a 10 seed? I mean, I think that more so I don't think that's really disrespect. I think that more so speaks to how Dallas wanted to go home. They wanted to go home. And the Kings would not allow them to go home. That's how I see it. I don't necessarily see it as disrespecting the Kings. Oh, yeah, we're not afraid of you. I see it as we were trying to go home. And they came out, realized that the Kings also wanted to go home. And they said, all right, let's take care of business. And Clay, exercise those demons. And Anthony Davis, go ahead and do your thing as well. And we're going to rock and roll. That's how I see it. I don't necessarily see it as disrespect. I see it as kind of the conversation that we had been having, that the Mavs just didn't even want to be there. They did not want to go forward. And the Kings just got completely embarrassed. Just zero heart. I'm sorry. I don't know how else to say it. I saw a lot of people saying last night that the Kings gave up. The Kings gave up. I saw a lot of people saying that the Kings gave up on Doug Christie, or, I don't know if lost the locker room is the correct term. Then I saw others saying, I just don't think they're a very good team. And I just can't really rock with the latter, Because not being a very good team, and I understand we've talked so much about the fit of this team, but not being a very good team, sure. Nobody thought that there was going to be a parade. But losing by 20 to this Mavs team has nothing to do with the fit of the team or the team not being championship caliber. That's heart. That's want to. This team beat the Cavs. This team beat the Pistons. This team had a lot of good wins late in the season. And then they just decided that they were going to lay an egg. So I'm not giving them, I feel like that's giving them a cop-out. And as much as this roster didn't make sense, they could have lost last night, and I could have complained about the roster. But not how they lost. Not losing like this. Losing like this, let's go with the pie chart here. Ownership gets a good piece of the pie. I don't know how much Monte McNair gets anymore, but he's got to get some of it based on whatever decisions he was actually allowed to make. Doug Christie has to get a piece of the pie. I don't think it's that big, but the players got to get a piece of the pie too, for last night specifically. All the other stuff, obviously that's not on them. But last night specifically, I'm not necessarily going to sit here and say, oh, hey, that's just not a good team. That's not it. That's not it. All right. Like I said, Kyle, hardest working man, hardest working producer in Sacramento. And we have DeRozan that's ready for you right now. And here it is.
One particular thing, speaking about a coach, he gets fired, have a GM leave throughout the season, have a assistant coach leave out throughout the middle of the season. A lot of those things was definitely a first. A lot of stuff that people on the outside may not understand what we go through internally, what we see every day, the people we got to deal with every single day. To see them here and then all of a sudden see them gone. The aura of so many changes like that could change internally that people don't get to see. So that can make it definitely difficult.
Because of that, just along those lines, does it create, I know hindsight's 20/20, but does it create any regret?
No, I don't regret nothing. I don't regret anything. I don't think you can live life with regrets. You just try to learn from it. Nobody never want to take the hard road by choice, but that road came, and now what you do with the experience that you gain from it, that's how I kind of view it.
DeMar, this season, obviously, you guys, we're talking about all these changes that took place. On the court, do you think if this team had like a full season of training camp, to get prepared for a season, do you think this group has the chemistry and the skill set to really compete at a high level, or do you think that some tweaks?
Do it on a consistent nightly basis. Definitely have to be tweaks that need to be made that fit perfectly. Like I said, we competed with the best teams. We beat Boston, we beat Cleveland twice, but on a consistent level, to create the right tweaks need to be made so you can do it on a consistent basis. So other than that, we got talented guys, we got guys that's competitors, and at the end of the day, it's the NBA. We're going to be able to win games, but to win enough games to put yourself in not just a playing spot, right there tell you tweaks need to be made.
DeMar, I'd like to ask you about Keegan. A little bit of an up and down season for him, like many others. A lot of inconsistencies offensively for him, but obviously we all see the upside for him as a two-way player. Just, I guess, can you just evaluate his season and maybe his ceiling?
Felt like, Keegan came a long way from an aggressive standpoint. I think the second half of the season, he became more aggressive. We kind of pushed him more. I don't think he has a ceiling. I think, his capability is definitely unlimited. I feel like, I hope I get to spend a lot of time with him this summer, just to really push him, to that next level that I think he needs, and so you can see the Keegan Murray that everybody expect of him come next year. So, I think for me, that's kind of like my main priority is to be able to spend a lot of time with Keegan this summer.
Malik Monk, how much impact of not having him, on the court to play with y'all, and his yeah.
How dynamic Malik is offensively, from being a playmaker, scorer, big shot maker, big shot taker. That alleviates a lot of pressure, off everybody else, whether if it's me, Zach, Keon, Domas. Losing that, you're talking about a guy that could, get you 30 points, a guy who get you 10, 11 assists, a guy that could change the game in a lot of ways with his excitement. Not having that out there those last couple of games, it showed, because a game like last night would have been a perfect game that, we needed the Malik that we've been seeing all season.
Yeah, appreciate it.
That was DeMar DeRozan, and that was a little more than half of the interview. That's what we were able to catch. And listening to DeMar, at least from what I heard, and Domantas Sabonis has not taken the podium yet. Like I said, Kyle is working real hard. No promises, but we feel like we're going to be able to get that video for you.
I feel pretty confident we will get audio and video live as it happens now that we have a stream.
Great stuff there, Kyle. So people don't have to just watch me drinking my style espresso. One thing that was, I think, intriguing that DeMar said now, and I saw a couple of people say, does he want to say, based on what he said about Keegan? I do think that DeMar is just a hoop head, so I don't necessarily know if that means he wants to stay. I think he might just like Keegan as well. All right, it looks like Domantas Sabonis is stepping up, so we're going to give this a swing right now and see if Kyle nailed it. Sounds good to me.
What factors are you thinking about and considering when you're asking about being in Sacramento long term?
First of all, I want to say I love it here. I want to stay here. I want to win here. I also do want to know what's going to happen. All these things are happening so quick. I want to get together with the new people, whoever comes in, and really try to get this right, and get it back to where it was year one.
Almost along those lines, do you want to have a say? Like, if you are in the cards for this going forward, do you want to have an active voice and a say and maybe directions and decisions going forward?
Yeah, I wish, that would be great, to trust some of your guys who've been here longer on how to try and change things around.
I guess along those lines, do you consult you at all, whether that be with the Monte decision or the hiring or anything like that?
No, nothing at all.
And then can I just ask you about Keegan Murray? Had a little bit of an up and down season offensively. Obviously, he took on a larger defensive role this year, but how would you just evaluate Keegan's season?
He stayed professional. He stayed working. It's only his third year, and this is probably my craziest year in the league too. So for him to go through that really early, I'm happy he had some good vets around him, that we could help him out and get through the year, and he really embraced his role as it changed throughout the season.
Domas, Doug Christie, you work with him a lot into your home country. I just wanted to get your thoughts on him and the work that he did this season, which was under some really extreme circumstances.
He loves the team. He loves the franchise. He loves the city. He's going to give everything he has, every day. And I feel like that's why we work so good. We were just together in the office talking. If he does get the job, what's going to happen this summer? Who am I going to work with and stuff like that, . So, I love Doug to death, and we'll see what happens.
Domas, we didn't have a chance to ask you last night, just your thoughts on last night's game and your personal performance and just the frustration you might have had with the result of last night and how it all went in that second quarter.
I just feel like we had a plan that we practiced, 3 days, and we didn't execute the plan, nor defense or offense, and that was the outcome.
DeMar talked a little bit about the need for some tweaks. Obviously, this team went through a lot of injuries, a lot of changes, ups and downs, and it's understandable that it would be hard to be cohesive on the court. What, in your estimations, do you agree with that there needs to be some tweaks, and maybe where would be a spot that you think?
The biggest thing is we need a point guard. That's for sure.
Domas, I know it's still raw last night, but how do you guys move forward as a group, and how much do you want to have a stamp on what goes on moving forward?
We just want to get this right. I feel like the locker room, there's a great group of guys who want to really compete, do the right things, put in the work, and wherever this organization wants to go with the next steps that happen over the past couple hours, it's good with us. We just want to be heard, and really know where things are going to go forward.
Domas, you're talking about how you're kind of learning all this as it comes. Are these the kind of things that you would wish that you had more, that were maybe communicated more with you, or is that just kind of the role of the player in this league, and this is what you guys have to deal with?
I think it's kind of the role of the player in this league. Obviously there are some franchises that do that with some players, but not everybody gets that luxury, which is totally fine. But like I said before, things have just been happening so quick.
Domas, you talk about, kind of being involved in this stuff and talking about how to change things around. What's top of mind for you when you think of how to change things around or make improvements here?
I would say just, this year there was a new coach, new everything. Changes happen throughout the year, so it's obviously tough to try and fix things together. But if we can organize everything throughout the summer, so going into training camp and season, everybody has a role and a position and a job and knows what to do, that would be very helpful.
Domas, given everything that happened this season, from Mike to Fox being traded and just everything in between, how together has this locker room stayed and this group stayed, and how has that side of this season been?
That side's been amazing. I would say it's probably one of the best locker rooms I've been a part. Guys are great. Guys love hanging out with each other on and off the court, and I have no complaints with that. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Thank you.
We will be right back with more interviews, more Allen Stiles Show, Sacktown Sports.
If you're not looking for a brand new car, at Elk Grove Honda, we've acquired some of the best pre-owned cars we can find. We've kept only the best of our trades, and our buyer has found some of the finest pre-owned Hondas available in Northern California. You can see for yourself at elkgrovehonda.com. Whether you purchase a brand new Honda or a like-new pre-owned Honda, your car buying experience will be the same. We have the right Honda at the right price. You'll find us in the Elk Grove Auto Mall, Highway 99 and Elk Grove Boulevard.
I gotta get an Elk Grove Honda.
With 25 award-winning years in Northern California, Ashton & Price is your local injury law firm. Pro attorney tip: if a firm presents as local but they're in LA, red flag. If your first consultation is not with a lawyer, big red flag. At Ashton & Price, your first consult is with a local attorney, and if serious injury prevents travel, a lawyer will come to you. Still not enough? George Washington's my uncle. At Ashton & Price, no red flags, just red, white, and blue.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton & Price.
The PGA club fitters at the Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio know that golf should be fun. They also know that players of all abilities will hit the ball farther and straighter, play better golf, shoot lower scores, and have more fun if they get fitted before they purchase golf clubs. Hagen Oaks delivers the same technology and major brands used to fit PGA and LPGA professionals. See how the game can be even more fun. Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio fittings are available 7 days a week. Make yours today by calling 916-808-2531. That's 808-2531.
Sacramento's premier country music festival, Country in the Park, is coming back May 16th and 17th at Cal Expo with Bailey Zimmerman, Billy Currington, enjoy food trucks, rock walls, and a mechanical bull, line dancing, and more. Single-day GA tickets start at $52 at CITPFest.com. Country in the Park, May 16th and 17th, with Diamond Pacific Supply and Trex, Michelob Ultra, and Carl's Jr. Find out more at CITPFest.com.
Rock the Bells presents LL Cool J.
So what you got Chanel on your feet? Hot sex on a platter makes the mission complete.
Live in concert. LL Cool J. Saturday, May 10th, the venue at Thunder Valley with DJ Z-Trip. LL Cool J. For tickets, visit ThunderValleyResort.com. Don't miss LL Cool J live.
The sewer system. It's probably the last thing on your mind, and that's okay. Because at the Sacramento Area Sewer District, it's our first priority. As the region's largest sewer utility, we own and maintain thousands of miles of sewer pipe. And our job is to get to your sewer problem before it interrupts your life. So whether you've got a slow drain or a backup, call us first, day or night. The Sacramento Area Sewer District. It's a dirty job, but we're happy to do it.
You're home for Kings Talk and so much more.
Live and local.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
More interviews to come. We are waiting for Zach LaVine, who is next after Zach LaVine. Malik Monk, Keegan Murray, Trey Lyles, and after that we will switch back over to more of the traditional show with your calls, your texts, breaking that all down. Keon Ellis, Jonas Valanciunas, Devin Carter. We will have those clips for you. We might not play them in their entirety, and we will get to them tomorrow as well. Man, oh man, I mean, we haven't had a ton of time, and like I said, Zach LaVine could take the podium any second here, but the DeMar DeRozan interview, how I had kind of started off breaking down what he had to say and discussing his future, what he wants to do, and also bringing up Keegan Murray wanting to work with Keegan this summer. I don't necessarily take that as DeMar wanting to stay. Okay, like I said, we caught the second half of the DeMar interview, but based on wanting to work with Keegan Murray, I think that DeMar is just a hooper's hooper and just wants to see guys succeed. I didn't necessarily see that as we're working through this together. I want to stay in Sacramento. I didn't hear it like that, but we're going to go back, or I need to go back and catch that first half. And I see, if you follow Chris Watkins, my guy on social media, Brendan Nunez, Frankie Carticelli, they're posting clips as well. But from what I heard, I just think that DeMar DeRozan, I mean, the guy just lives, breathes, eats basketball and wants to see other dudes succeed. As far as Domantas Sabonis is concerned, I'll put it to you like this. I've been pretty open that Domantas Sabonis is normally a pretty boring interview. He says the right things. He does the athlete speak, and he gets out of Dodge. This was probably the most direct I've ever heard Domantas Sabonis. And if you're just now joining us, Domantas Sabonis talked about wanting to have a say, or wanting to at least be at the table with some of the decisions that are made. He discussed also, and I would say, going back to when Malik was added to the starting lineup, Domantas Sabonis saying it's about time. Now, again, when that happened, De'Aaron Fox was still on the team. And maybe this is a situation where people are learning about each other, and on these airwaves, we wanted to believe that Malik Monk could be that guy. But the quote was this, when talking about some of the changes or tweaks that would have to be made. The quote, "The biggest thing is we need a point guard. That's for sure." Close quote. That's from Domantas Sabonis. And we know how well Domantas and Malik Monk work in that pick and roll action. But what a lot of us have learned together is that the pick and roll action is not the same as distributing the basketball. So that was from that was from Domantas Sabonis. So you can take with that what you will. I don't know if that connects directly to Malik Monk. We're going to hear from Malik Monk after Zach LaVine. But that stuck out to me. Getting back to DeMar DeRozan, He was asked if tweaks needed to be made to the roster, and I'm not directly quoting him, but he said tweaks definitely need to be made to play consistently. And he essentially said, we lost the 9-10 play-in. Yeah, we need to make some tweaks to the roster. Tweaks need to be made. We need a point guard. Now, obviously, DeMar DeRozan hasn't come out and said what he wants to do yet. Last night, he said he's going to think about it. He talked a lot about it being his 17th season. By the way, just because we're talking about DeMar DeRozan, I saw somebody because last night, DeMar DeRozan took the podium, and I felt it, man. He took the podium, and he was shook. So I was in there, and I said, man, when it comes to DeMar DeRozan, you can question his fit, but that dude cares. And like I said, he's a hooper's hooper. He's got heart. And somebody responded, and they said, well, if he's got so much heart, why couldn't he give the effort on defense? Maybe you could say that's fair enough. Here's my thought process on that. This brother was in his 16th season. You say that you can't teach an old dog new tricks, right? If you are going after a player in their 16th season at the age of 35, you know what you are going after. If I am the GM, and assuming I had say, and I'm adding DeMar DeRozan, I'm not adding DeMar DeRozan hoping that in his 16th year he becomes a two-way player. I'm adding DeMar DeRozan because I know I'm getting my defense somewhere else. So sitting there complaining about DeMar DeRozan's defense is an issue to me. Where DeMar DeRozan is in his career, you throw him on the worst scorer on the other team, and you make up for it with the rest of your starting five. That's where I'm at. I'm not going to – if we're sitting here complaining about DeMar DeRozan's defense, that tells you, in my opinion, that the roster construction was not great.
One of the most interesting quotes that came out of all of this was DeRozan saying last night, in my 16 years in the league, this is the most that's happened to me. This is a guy that's been on Eastern Conference Finals runs, was traded for Kawhi Leonard. The Bulls were the 1 seed and then fell out to the 6 seed. Like everything 16 years this guy has been through, all the ups, downs, missed playoff seasons, getting bounced by LeBron, all of it. He said this is the most, not chaotic, but in so many words, the most that's happened to him in any year of his NBA career.
I don't think after what has happened the last 24 hours, we can even say Sacramento Kings, at least we're not Dallas. I don't know if you can say that anymore. The Kings were so bad last night that people actually are starting to see Nico Harrison's vision. That's how bad they were. They were so bad. I went on social media and people were saying, I mean, Nico, if Kyrie's healthy, maybe Nico was on to. That's how pathetic the game was last night. That's how bad the Kings are. Nico Harrison actually left a winner last night. People were seeing his vision. That's how bad it was.
They were getting trash talked by Klay Thompson, Anthony Davis, and Najee Marshall. Najee Marshall was like, are they going to light the beam blue? How does this work?
Incredible. So we're trying to time out this break, to be completely honest with you, because we are waiting to see when Zach LaVine will take the podium. We are going to try to sneak a break in now, and we will catch Zach LaVine as soon as he gets up there. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
It's Carmichael Dave talking to you about my good friends at American Energy. You're in the Sacramento area. You know how the seasons work. They are a-changing right now. So American Energy wants to help you stay warm for the rest of the cold season, but help you stay cool during the warm season. Best way to do that, make sure your system is operating safely. So right now is the time to take advantage of half off a tune-up, $24.50. They cut that right in half, and if you want a diagnostic, guess what? You can't beat free. If it's free, it's me, and now it can be you. And also, it's the end of the season blowout. $4,000 off a new system plus any rebates. That $4,000, that's a direct drop from the sticker price. It's a great deal. Check them out at theaeway.com or an instant quote, or give them a call at 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990. Tell them your good buddy Carmichael Dave sent you.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
You know what's better than a limited time deal? An unlimited time deal. That's why the Wendy's $5 Biggie Bag with a Junior Bacon Cheeseburger, 4-piece nugs, Junior Hot and Crispy Fries, and small soft drink is available all the time. Because the best time for fresh, never frozen beef and Applewood smoked bacon is all the time. Duh. I feel like I'm repeating myself a lot. For the best deal of all time, gotta be Wendy's.
Unlimited time does not mean forever. U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska, Hawaii, and California via third-party delivery. Fresh beef available in the contiguous U.S., Alaska, and Canada.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
It's the final days of the spring sales event. Drive home your new Honda before the deals and the new Hondas disappear. Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
Looking to own or lease? During the spring sales event, drive a brand new Accord or Civic. Visit us today at FolsomLakeHonda.com, your one-stop Honda shop.
As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our number one priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too.
Folsom Lake Honda, yeah, your one-stop Honda shop.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million+ products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Your old HVAC system could be costing you a fortune in energy bills and repair bills. Right now, Sierra Pacific is offering deep discounts, saving homeowners thousands of dollars. Savings that won't be available later this year, but you must act fast. We have to fill openings in our schedule next week. This limited time offer is only available if you book your installation for next week. Don't wait until it's too late. Call Sierra Pacific and lock in your savings today.
Sierra Pacific Solar Heating and Air, the guys in the big red trucks.
Allen Stiles. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sacktown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sacktown Sports app.
No Zach LaVine quite yet, but we will cut to him as soon as he pops on up. In the world of owners, Matt Ishbia had this to say: I promise you, we will win championships. Matt Ishbia's message to Phoenix Suns fans when he was asked about the firing of Mike Budenholzer. Here's the quote: the team and the roster that was constructed is much better than a 36-win roster. There's a lot of reasons why Coach Bud is not here. Well, tell us how you really feel, Mr. Ishbia. And speaking of telling us how you really feel, I think Zach LaVine's about to tell us how he really feels. He is up here now. We're going to cut to it. Here it is.
like to know your thoughts on the last 24 hours with Monte being let go and bringing in the new GM. I know that's just pretty fresh on everyone's mind.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a lot of crazy stuff in the NBA. You know, I have been here for 11, going on 12 years. So, you know, it's the nature of the business. You know, things move really fast, and it's what we've grown accustomed to. But, you know, we appreciate everybody that, you know, that's obviously been here and worked with us. I've only been here for so long. There's been a lot of moving parts. So it's just it's just how the NBA is.
Zach, you have only been here for 25, 30 games. What do you want to see this summer to solidify this team and to make them a bona fide playoff contender and really kind of take the next step forward?
I think you just need to find some consistency. You know, players, coaches, you know, a firm direction of what we want to go into, and guys that want to really go out there and get it. I think that's the only way that, you know, you can do that.
Zach, you talked yesterday, and kind of along the similar lines, but you talked yesterday about how, you know, at any given game, the guys in the locker room feel they can go out and win, you know, and I definitely can appreciate that. But from the perspective of the roster and your style of play, is there anything in particular that you think could help this team with the core of guys you have, but any particular pieces you think could be beneficial?
Yeah, I mean, obviously roster construction isn't up to the players. You know, we go out there and we play with what we have. Now, obviously, you know, they're making moves to do that. You know, for me, whatever we go out there with it's our job and my job to be prepared and be ready. I've never been somebody to go and be like, we got to go get this guy or we need this. That's why they get paid their job, and that's why we get paid our money too. So we go out there and play.
Having joined this, Zach, like halfway through or midway through everything that's been going on, I guess what's just been your perspective of the last couple of months and where this organization was at when you joined, where they're at today, and where you see them going with you as a part of it in the future?
I mean, when I joined, it just seemed like they were in a transition period. Obviously, that's why I got brought here for. You know, De'Aaron didn't, you know, want to get out, and, you know, I ended up being here. It's a blessing to be on a team that obviously that you want to be wanted by. You know, when I was in Chicago, I think that just ran its course. I was there for 8 years and have no ill will toward them at all. I think I said that before at my first press conference. But, you know, this city loves basketball. You know, I've known that for a long time growing up in Seattle and watching basketball. This Sacramento fans are some of the best. And, you know, at least I've seen that since being here, and how devoted they are. And, you know, as players, especially with the situation I'm in, you want to give them, you know, what they deserve and the product that they deserve. So it's you know, something I'm looking forward to and going into the off season. But it is, you know, we want to go out there and compete and be ready.
And building off of that, Zach, like how much time do you take now to kind of rinse and get rid of the season and relax and refresh? And then when does the work start for next season and your future here in Sac?
Yeah, I mean, this season's been long for me. Just it's from the trades to my kids. You know, I haven't been able to see my kids in like 5 weeks. So it's just been long. I'll take some time, obviously. You know, the older you get, I think you appreciate the more time you take off and you start to let your body reset. I used to, right after the season, I'll get right back into it and working out. So I'll definitely take some time, take a little vacation, get back to being a father and a husband. You know, when I get back to Newport, I know my wife will be happy with that. So, but the work, you know, we got to go back and look, you know, individually. I can talk about that is, you know, what I did well and what I can improve on. You know, I think I've done that each and every year of what you can take little bits and pieces of. You know, no one's a perfect player, and you know, at a certain point, you know who you are in the NBA, but there's certain things you can get better at. So, I think I improved on that a lot this last year. You know, I had my most efficient year. You know, 50 something from the field. I damn near led the league in 3-point percentage. So, being able to come back off an injury like I did, where I only played 25 games, I played over 74, 73. So, you know, there's a lot of things that I can take to where. You know, I did good work last year and last summer. I can try to do those same things again.
Zach, two for you. One, you just alluded to it. Just to have the year that you had, to remain healthy, to have a career you're shooting wise. Just how gratifying is that as a player to finally be back to where you were?
I wouldn't say It's tough when you go through injuries, because no one wants to have them, and I ended up having to have surgery on my foot last year, and it's fun to get back to knowing what you're supposed to do, even if it's 1 year removed or people doubt you, or that's what fans and media like you guys are forced to almost help us out a little bit. So it's always fun, but I know the person I am, the player I am, and that shouldn't change for a while.
And then second one is contract wise, 2 years left. You have a player option.
Yeah.
Do you consider putting that player option to form? Do you look at an extension at this place, or you go with the contract the way it is right now?
I'm very happy with where I'm at right now, and where the team that just traded for me obviously is some of the team that values me. So that's something I've always put very high. Even when I was in Chicago, they showed me the love of granting me that contract. I didn't have to go out to free agency and go get that. And with being here, if this is going to be an organization that's going to build with me and with us, and we're going to go in the right direction, why wouldn't I want to be in a great place like this? So yeah, I mean, from what I've seen in these 35 games, even if we didn't end the season the way we wanted to, I'd be crazy if I didn't say I wouldn't want to be in Sacramento.
Zach, looking forward then to a future here potentially. How do you feel about playing with Domas and maybe some of the chemistry that you guys were able to develop, and can you kind of walk us through kind of that process of just learning to play with a big like him, and whether you feel like you guys started to kind of piece some things together?
Yeah, I think it's always tough because going from Domas has had the ball in his hands, throughout his tenure here with Sacramento. And, you guys have been pretty good. Obviously, you made the playoffs 2 years ago. But, De'Aaron was a very ball-heavy guy, but didn't run a ton of pick and rolls. It was a lot of handoffs. And, me coming from Chicago where it was more pick and rolls and less handoffs because, a guy like Vooch is such a good pick-and-pop big. You have to figure out what works and what doesn't. Domas is so great at creating. He makes everybody else's game so much easier because he can get you open shots. He's a hell of a screener. You got to find out how, what works best for both of your guys' game. I think later on in the season we started getting our, that DHO game a lot better. But I think anything with just time can help. Me and Domas played with 12 games, 15 games together. As much as we all wanted it to work out, that fast, that's just not the reality of it. It's not 2K, so you need to have a training camp. You need to have preseason. You need to have off season. As pros, we're supposed to come in here and get it done, and that's what we try to do. But, in all reality, I think with time and off season and a training camp, that it'll be great.
Thanks, Zach.
Thank you.
Ears open up a little bit more. At first, I'm thinking, okay, what are we going to hear? And then as we get more and more questions, they really have no choice but to open up a little bit. And great job, by the way, Sac Media. Some of the voices, a lot of the voices I recognize and always want to shout them out for some great questions, and also to the players for being pretty darn open so far. We will assume, or I would assume, that openness will continue as Malik Monk is next. And I'm very, very, very interested in what he has to say. And Kyle, are we waiting, or are we good to go? We are good to go with Malik Monk, and he is taking the podium right now. Here it is.
Hey, Malik. 2 questions for you. The first one, obviously, the end of the season didn't go the way you wanted to, being hurt and things like that, but you average more points, rebounds, assists than you have at any point in your career. For you personally, the development of your game, how do you feel that went this year for you? How do you feel that went this year for you?
Like you said, I average career highs in points, rebounds, assists, minutes played. So that's a plus for me. I feel like I get better every year. Now I just got to stay healthy.
Yeah. And obviously when you signed your contract last offseason, things looked a lot different here. Different GM, different head coach. Fox was here. Is this the place you still want to be, or are you having to evaluate those things?
I'm all in. I'm all in. Yeah, no questions. Don't question that.
Malik, second straight year, man, that you were ended the season on an injury report, not able to play in that play-in. Just frustration-wise that you weren't able to play in those past 2 games for play-ins.
Yeah, it's terrible to end the season on the bench, not helping your team, especially when you know you can. So yeah, it's tough to watch that, man. But it's a bright future for us. I feel like, especially with the down year we had this year. I feel like it only can go up. This year been crazy. So yeah, I'm looking forward to next year.
So you joke with us all the time that you've been through a lot in this league. Have you seen
shit like this?
No?
Nothing at all. Yeah, I haven't seen anything like this before.
Malik, when you talk about that, what this year's been like, describe the past 24 hours as well when you tack on that to, of course, the year.
That just explains the year for us. That explains it well for us. But it's the business we in. You got to live the next day and the next day and the next day after that, and try to be better. And I feel like that's what we're going to do.
You mentioned feeling like there's a bright future with this team. Just from your perspective, where do you sort of see that?
Better than this.
Malik, a couple questions for you. First one, take me back to 2 years ago and Beam Team 1. What about that time do you think this organization or team needs to recapture and bring into next season?
That's a lot that played into the Beam Team 1. It was a lot of people hurt in the West. A lot of teams was hurt. We were new. They didn't know what we were doing. So I really can't pinpoint what we need to do. Obviously, it's win more games. But yeah, I just feel like we got to come out here with pride every night, especially in front of this home crowd. And I'm gonna do my best to preach that.
And in addition to all the changes the organization went through, you yourself from 6-man to starting to point guard responsibilities. Just walk me through all the changes to your game and your role that you had to go through. And do you think there is a ideal role for you out of those 3?
Yes, that's a good question. 4. I went back to the bench when I came back too, man. I had to be 4 different players this year. But I wasn't complaining. It was the hand I was dealt. So I was just doing what needed to be done. And yeah, I don't know what role I'll play next year. I felt more comfortable starting at the 2. That was I felt like I was flowing in. I love that role. But it's whoever the next coach is, whether it's DC or somebody else, whatever they want me to do. I'm gonna be 100% in with that.
Malik, this is the second summer you're going into injured. Just where are you at health-wise? How long do you think it's going to take you to get back to a full program?
Yeah, it was nothing like last year. This was a little slight. I feel like I'm probably about another two weeks out from going full. So yeah, probably quicker than that because I'm gonna take a little break, then be back. So probably like a week. But yeah, I feel good right now though. Walking fine, no, nothing's hurting. So yes, it's good for me.
Malik, you said with tremendous amount of confidence you're all in. What makes you say that with such confidence about the situation?
I signed here for because I felt home. I felt at home. They treat me like home. Everybody's welcoming. Fans are crazy. Love that. Why not be all in?
Malik, you guys had a period of like stability and some continuity here, for a couple of years with, a coach in place, a front office, a roster that kind of stayed the same. Like, how important is that to you guys? We've heard some of you speak to just the craziness and the chaos of this year. Like, how important is it that you guys get back to some stability and some continuity here?
Yes, I feel like NBA players, we go off routine. And stability, I feel like, is a part of routine. And when you tweak that a little bit, something can happen. So yeah, it's always good to have stability in life, man. I feel like, because if you're going up and down, life is not it's not fun. So having stability, it just make it level out and make everything go smoother. So yeah, I feel like we need that for sure.
Yeah, Malik, you just received that community award for your contributions. Just want you just mentioned you want to come back because of the community. How special really is that for you? Because I don't know if you experienced that in your other two stops before you got here, but the community has gravitated towards you and your character and the love too. So just what's your true thoughts about that?
Like I said, man, it feel like home. They treat me like Arkansas. A lot of love. Everywhere I go, everybody say what's up to me. Don't bombard me. Don't over ask me with questions. Don't over crowd my space. So it's like home, man. And it's always good to get back to home. And like I say now, Sac is my home. So why not be a part of the community? Why not go out, do things, toy drives and things I do, have camps. So yes, it's great. It's a great feeling.
That was Malik Monk. Great stuff there. And again, a lot of good questions. I will say this. And by the way, Keegan Murray is up next. So we are on high alert for when Keegan Murray takes the podium. As far as Malik Monk, some of the highlights that I have written down, if you're just now joining us, quote, "I'm all in." When asked about his future in Sacramento, obviously there have been some questions about whether it's DeRozan, Monte Sabonis, and just all these guys in general, really besides Zach LaVine, because he just got here. He said, "I'm all in." He also said, basically, don't ever question that. So Malik stays committed to the Kings. At least he is saying he's committed to the Kings. He was asked about the future of this team. He said, better than this, with a laugh. That's how Malik Monk gets down. I had to be 4 different players this year. So he's very open about the fact that this was kind of crazy, right? And that led to the question about where he feels the most comfortable. And I think we do have some consistency here that the Kings need a point guard. Malik said, "I felt more comfortable starting at the 2. But essentially, as he always says, whatever the coach wants me to do, I'm all in, whether that's Doug Christie or whoever is hired." So he does want to start. He's been open about that. Does admit that he felt more comfortable at the 2. And I think, look, I just want to give some kudos to Malik for admitting that. A lot of people, it's a gut punch, right? When you try something and it doesn't work out, a lot of people would use excuses or say, well, I was injured and I was this and I was that. He didn't feel comfortable, and he's being honest, right? It's the first year of his new deal. Let's just get it out the way, and we can move forward with roster construction based on that. It really helps. It helps everyone involved. Scott Perry, Vivek, everybody. Just be very honest with us. Do you feel comfortable doing this? And Malik said no. Or I should say he felt more comfortable starting at the 2. Also discussed how the Kings could be better moving forward. And the quote was, "I just feel we have to come out here and play with pride every night." He did say that this injury nowhere near as serious as last season, but he is still about 2 weeks away. Even if they would have, just doesn't matter now, but even if they would have won, he wouldn't have been ready for the Oklahoma City Thunder matchup, or maybe the very end of it. So if that makes anybody feel better, I'm sure it doesn't, but in case it does, he was open about that. And there you have it, folks. Everyone bringing up the point guard conversation, and even Malik saying, yeah, I think I feel more comfortable at the 2. We are going to sneak a quick break in, and we will get back to things when Keegan Murray is available. Don't go anywhere. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
If your passion is bass fishing, only one radio show has the action, information, and excitement of your favorite outdoor sport. Ultimate Bass, hosted by Tournament Bass Pro and California Outdoor Hall of Famer Kent Brown, takes you live to where the fish are biting every Saturday morning. Only Ultimate Bass feeds your passion with the latest news, products, tips, and advice from the pros. Ultimate Bass with Kent Brown, Saturday mornings at 5 a.m. on Sacktown Sports 1140, part of SEP's Saturday Morning Outdoors.
What sets Ashton & Price apart from other injury law firms? I'll tell you. From beginning to end, all important legal decisions are made directly between our clients and their experienced local attorney. A gate agent flying the plane, the receptionist performing surgery, not a chance. There's simply no substitute for the unique power of the direct attorney-client relationship offered by Ashton & Price. And there's never a fee until we win, and between you and me, we win a lot.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton and Price.
Want the best movie experience in town? Join Sacktown Sports IMAX Pass by visiting sacktownsports.com. Sign up today. You can win tickets to see this week's films at the Esquire IMAX Theater.
Online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
Are you a parent of a 2 to 8 year old? Listen closely for an exciting offer, then head to abcmouse.com/radio to learn more. By now, you've probably heard of ABC Mouse.
ABC Mouse is like a little one-on-one teacher. It has helped her so much.
We're offering a promo at abcmouse.com/radio to try it for free for a month, then $14.99 per month until canceled. Go to abcmouse.com/radio to see this offer. That's abcmouse.com/radio. Actual ABC Mouse users compensate for their testimonials, sponsored by Age of Learning.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. More fiber?
What?
Down here, buddy. It's me, your spoon. Constipation with belly pain still coming back.
Yeah.
Talk to your doctor. It could be irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, but Linzess could help you get ahead of it.
Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
If you're not looking for a brand new car, at Elk Grove Honda, we've acquired some of the best pre-owned cars we can find. We've kept only the best of our trades, and our buyer has found some of the finest pre-owned Hondas available in Northern California. You can see for yourself at elkgrovehonda.com. Whether you purchase a brand new Honda or a like-new pre-owned Honda, your car buying experience will be the same. We have the right Honda at the right price. You'll find us in the Elk Grove Auto Mall, Highway 99 and Elk Grove Boulevard.
I gotta get an Elk Grove Honda.
Is reviewing life insurance on your to-do list? Now's the perfect time to add it. A friend recently told me that securing life insurance sooner rather than later can help you lock in lower rates for years to come. So I bumped this up on my list and got it done. I called SelectQuote and couldn't believe how easy and affordable life insurance is. I'm 40 and got a $500,000 policy for $16 a month. My husband's also 40 and his $500,000 policy was only $18 a month. Plus, with SelectQuote's same-day coverage, there was no medical exam required and we were covered by the time we hung up. Knowing I have this checked off my list feels amazing, but the peace of mind knowing my family is protected feels even better.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-694-1010. That's 1-800-694-1010. Or go to SelectQuote.com to get your free quote today. 1-800-694-1010. Details on example rate at SelectQuote.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9861. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9861. That's 800-575-9861. Tax Relief Advocates, real solutions for real people.
You've heard the saying, penny wise, pound foolish, right? It means you do something that will save you a little bit right now, just pennies, but that ends up costing you pounds in the end.
People put off tuning up their furnace because they don't want to take the time or spend the money to get it done.
But it only takes 90 minutes and costs just $87, which is just pennies compared to the huge problems and expenses that can rack up if you don't get your furnace tuned up.
You'll also save money on your energy bills, and your system will last longer.
So don't be penny wise and pound foolish. Call Bell Brothers for a precision tune-up and professional cleaning today.
Our number is 916-444-1234, or find us online at thenosurpriseguys.com.
The No Surprise Guys, Bell Brothers.
KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
Sacktown Sports 1140.
Your home for Kings talk and so much more.
Live and local.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
Not going to waste any time. Get right to it. Keegan Murray is rocking and rolling right now. I'm very, very interested in what Keegan has to say. Here it is.
Keegan, can you just describe the past 24 hours for you guys, especially after the play-in loss and then all the events that have happened after?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of been a whirlwind of a season, and the last 24 hours is no different. So, yeah, I mean, it's tough to kind of not think about, but just internalize right now and stuff like that. So you just have to move on. And obviously I'm glad Monte took a chance on me when he drafted me. So,
yeah, Keegan, I don't know. How would you describe this season for yourself? I mean, I know just personally, was it a disappointing season that you didn't take another leap forward, or was it just circumstantial, or where does this sort of sit with your maturation as a player?
No, I'm not disappointed. I think, especially defensively, I took a really big leap. Being able to guard 1 through 5 effectively is really hard in the league. There's not many people that can do it. But obviously, offensively, you want to be a little bit better at things like that. But there's not really an excuse or anything. It's just putting my head down and still working. Work harder this summer, just figure out different things.
Keegan, building off of that and the defensive responsibility that you took on this season, no, you're not making any kind of excuses or anything like that. There seems to be on this roster, and there has been a lack of depth specifically at your position to help you with those defensive responsibilities. Is that something that in an ideal world you hope to have corrected, or you just worried about what you do?
Yeah, I mean, ideally, I don't want to be guarding the 5-man every game. It's not the most fun thing in the world. But if I have to do it, I have to do it, regardless of who's on our team, who's not. But, I mean, at the end of the day, team defense wins championships and things like that. And with Dallas, they got a lot of guys that can defend their position really well. And you see how effective they were last night with that. So,
Keegan, you're extension eligible this offseason. How much do you think about that and consider that with where the franchise is at, and what factors do you think contribute to looking at that?
Yeah, I mean, I haven't thought too much into it, to be honest, with everything that's going on this year. But, I mean, obviously I want to be in Sacramento. It's where I was drafted, things like that. So just, I guess, have talks and stuff and talk to my agent, see what's going on, figure it out from there. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah.
You seem to have a really good relationship with not only De'Aaron, but Mike. Just what kind of was it like for you to go through the changes that happened this year? And did it make it difficult at all to still just focus on the basketball throughout the whole thing?
I think, with Mike, obviously we had a good relationship my first couple of years here. And I know he's still in good spirits and things like that. And Fox, I mean, obviously he's been here for 7 years, things like that. I still talk to him pretty much every week, and but we've continued our relationship, and obviously it's tough losing him, but at the end of the day, that's the business of the league, and just have to move forward, and just obviously wish him the best for both of them.
Keegan, first of all, how is the wedding planning going? Are you taking part in that, or are you letting Carly kind of take the reins?
Nah, I've been sitting in the meetings, but she's been doing pretty much most of it. So I'm going to help out a little more since the season's over. But it'll be later on this summer, so we're excited for it.
Congrats again on that. And then DeMar just talked about his number one priority this offseason is getting to work with you and just pushing you. How much are you looking forward to that? And just what's your relationship been like with him this season?
Yeah, I mean, obviously since he signed later in the summer or whatever happened, I wasn't really able to go down with him in LA, but I've already talked to some guys, and I feel like we're going to have a lot of guys down there, just being able to finally as a team get together and work out, and just try and build chemistry that way. I think the biggest thing too is just having those dinners or doing things outside of basketball too. Then on the court, everything just seems seamless. But I mean, he's been in the league for a while, and whatever I can do to learn from him, especially offensively, will just help me with more dimensions in my game. So,
Keegan, two things. One, do you feel like you have a position where you feel most comfortable and natural? Would it be the 3, the 4?
Yeah, I mean, anywhere on the wing, I feel pretty good.
Okay. And you know, and tell me if you disagree with this, but you've been asked to be a different player each year that you've been here in some aspect. Like, do you feel like that's been beneficial for you in rounding out your game, or you know, maybe in some ways detrimental, or maybe even both?
I mean, yeah, I've obviously had to fill roles within the team. Now I think about it every year. So with me, I think eventually it'll pay off. I know that eventually good things are going to happen and things like that. So I'm not worried about anything. I know my time's going to come, and whether it's next year or a couple years after, I know eventually it'll be my time.
Keegan, kind of going back to what we were discussing a second ago with your development on the defensive end, definitely been well documented. On the offensive side, has it been difficult just with all the players on the roster, you know, losing your point guard, trying to figure out how to run the offense? Has it been difficult to find your place in the offense, do you think? And do you think that's something that can be fixed next season, or do you think you need to just have some more of a overtly prominent role in order to be able to do that?
No, I think in a way it's been difficult just because, especially my first years, we're just so used to the DHO game, the split action, and just all guys kind of moving at the same time, and you never know who's going to get the shot. So, but yeah, I guess a little bit it's been difficult, but at the end of the day, it is who we have on our roster, and we have to make it work if we want to have success. So,
Keegan, yes, it has been a topsy-turvy season, to say the least. But is there anything that you see, you know, that could be improved organizational, structure-wise, you know, to improve some of those, or do those things do not bother you? You're just here to play basketball.
Yeah, I mean, since I've been in the league, like I've learned that like it's a business. Like you've seen this year, there's been a lot of people, whether it's coaches, GMs, assistants, or whoever it is, get fired and things like that. So there's things changing each year. And I think with us in Sacramento, it's just kind of been like a all at once kind of thing. So for me, I'm not too worried about who's in the front office, things like that. I really just want to focus on myself and how I can better our team moving forward, and have those atmospheres where we're in the playoffs and playing in big games again.
Keegan, you talk about guarding 1 through 5 this year. Like how physically taxing was that for you? And have you had to adjust how you go about preparing for games, just treating your body and stuff?
Yeah, I mean, I felt like, especially this year, just having to be in the weight room a little more, whether that's for just maintenance, whether that's for a real lift, things like that. And then I feel like I took my recovery a lot more, just knowing that there wasn't going to be a game where I'm just guarding a shooter or anything like that. Like I'm going to be on the primary defender no matter who it is. So there was a lot more I did, especially scouting wise, learning guys' tendencies as much as I could, because I've never really experienced guarding 5s even in college. So yeah, it was definitely a learning curve for sure.
That was Keegan Murray. And again, great stuff from Keegan, just kind of breaking down everything he's dealt with so far. I got some of the quotes that stuck out to me right here. When asked about his season in general, the quote was, "I'm not disappointed. I took a really big leap defensively, being able to guard 1 through 5. Not many in the league can do that." He also said, as far as his extension is concerned, obviously, I want to be in Sacramento, the team that drafted me. This one did stick out to me. So earlier, when we discussed DeMar DeRozan saying he wants to work with Keegan Murray and help get him to a certain level in the league, Keegan says, here's the quote, "I've already talked to some guys and we're going to get down there," talking about LA, "and work out. I need the list of guys." Obviously, DeMar is part of those guys. He also said, it'll be a good opportunity to work out as a team. So again, you have Domantas Sabonis saying the locker room was one of the best locker rooms he's been in throughout all the turmoil, everything that happened. Keegan saying he's already talked to, quote unquote, some guys as far as going to LA to work out and all get on the same page. So now the question is, how does that change once all these guys talk to their agents? Because that's what it feels like right now. It reminds me of summer camp, right? You leave summer camp and you had a great time. Maybe you met a nice special someone, or maybe you just met some friends and you say, hey, we're going to keep in touch. We're going to do all this. Then you get back to your regular life. And, even back in the day, I didn't even have social media yet. Maybe you got their AOL usernames. You saw them on MySpace, but you never really hang out with them. But when you're in the feeling of, hey, the season's over or the summer's over, let's exchange information. We're going to keep this going, but it doesn't happen. So I wonder, all these guys so fresh, they've talked about working out together. The season didn't even end 24 hours ago. They go back and talk to their camps. And DeMar DeRozan says, you guys can come work out, but I'm not going to be on the Sacramento Kings. Oh, you guys can come work out. Or maybe, hey, Domantas Sabonis says, I can't make it, guys. So it's good to know that they have plans, but it's so early in the process. I'm not going to speculate too much on who that could be. We know that Malik Monk, and again, all these players are in different situations. Keegan with that extension, assuming that the Kings offer him the extension, does he take it? Does he go a Jonathan Kuminga type route, go into restricted free agency? You have Malik Monk, who is the only one that I feel the most confident saying. Malik Monk and Zach LaVine, the two most confident players on the team that I feel like would be back if left up to them. Domantas Sabonis, I'm not sure. DeMar DeRozan, I'm not sure. So great to hear that, but we're still in the summer camp just ended mode, and we're going to keep in touch. And then you go back and you talk to, you have your normal friends, you hang out with your family, and you think, oh yeah, that person was fun, but yeah, I'm not really sure if we're going to still hang out together. So it's good to hear, but these guys are going to go back, talk to their agents, talk to their camps, and then we'll see what actually happens.
It seemed like, just listening to Keegan right now, that the sentiment was, I do very much want to be back and I do very much want to extend.
Keegan, yes, for sure.
But that's tough because, again, Monte McNair drafted him. Monte McNair invested in him. Is that same level of commitment potentially going to come from a new front office regime, being Scott Perry and whoever ends up being hired after that? I don't know. But it seemed like, it makes sense for Malik to come back, but Keegan maybe wants to be there, but we don't know how it'll play out.
Yeah, and there are two sides to this now. There are two sides to this where it's what the players want and now what the new GM, Scott Perry, wants. We got Trey. All right, we are about to get to Trey Lyles. We have Trey Lyles, and we also have Keon Ellis coming up. I know everybody loves Keon, so I want to hear what Keon says. Maybe he gets asked about that contract situation, and we've been going back and forth on it. So yeah, interested to see what he has to say. And Trey Lyles, who will be a free agent going into this offseason, what does he think about his time in Sacramento? Another guy part of that Beam Team era. Here is Trey Lyles in his exit interview.
Hey, Trey, how are you?
I'm all right.
Kind of an up and down season for you. I know 2 years ago we kind of went through the same thing where you're going into the summer as a free agent. Just where are you at with this organization and what you're experiencing? Hey, Trey, how are you? Do the same thing where you're going into the summer as a free agent. Just where are you at with this organization and what your experience has been like and sort of this season in a nutshell?
I'd say this season in a nutshell has been a roller coaster. Just from teammates leaving, teammates coming in, coaches leaving, coaches coming in, that type of thing. It was a pretty up and down season for myself. And like I just told Doug, I feel like when I got more minutes or consistent minutes, my game was consistent. When it wasn't consistent, I wasn't consistent. So that's just where it was. Going into games not knowing if I was going to play, not knowing how much I was going to play sometimes, sometimes being told I wasn't going to play. So just all over the place with that. As a player, it's hard to, stay consistent with all those things going on. I think, I mentioned it the other day. I think our group showed some resilience there at the end. We could have just given up and took 3 more losses and went into some tough environments and got a couple wins. Obviously didn't end how we wanted it to, but I think it just kind of, fed into our season as an up and down season. So.
Trey, I know that Beam Team 1 year was pretty special and pretty unique, and every season has its own set of whatever. What from that year and that team and the joy that you played with or the environment or whatever do you think needs to be recaptured by this organization going forward, or if you were to stick around, what you would like to see return from that first year?
I think that first year was very unique. I think everybody was excited to play. Everybody was excited to be together. And we just kind of went out there and we just ran. I think we just ran, for 48 minutes. We just ran. We knew up, down, whatever, we were going to go out there and run. I think we did the best that we could with our team. I just think we kind of got away from that free-flowing running pace and just going out and trying to shoot more threes than you, trying to get more up and down than you, and we just kind of got away from that.
What were your thoughts on sort of the changes that took place mid-season here? Obviously the De'Aaron and Mike thing, and then the job that Doug has done since.
It was surprising for me. You're going to the airport and then your coach is fired after a practice. So, I think everybody was a little caught off guard by that. I think Doug did a good job with what he was given and that time frame that he had on trying to get guys to buy in. And his first experience as coach, and I think he would say it to us, it's tough. I don't think he asked anything from this team that we couldn't give him. And yeah, we were just a very inconsistent up and down season.
That was Trey Lyles. When we come back, Keon Ellis takes the podium, closes out for us. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Breaking: the Sacramento Kings and Scott Perry are finalizing a deal for him to become the next GM of the Kings. Keep it here for up-to-date breaking Sacramento Kings news. Sacktown Sports 1140.
It's Carmichael Dave talking to you about my good friends at American Energy. You're in the Sacramento area. You know how the seasons work. They are a-changing right now. So American Energy wants to help you stay warm for the rest of the cold season, but help you stay cool during the warm season. Best way to do that, make sure your system is operating safely. So right now is the time to take advantage of half off a tune-up, $24.50. They cut that right in half. And if you want a diagnostic, guess what? You can't beat free. If it's free, it's me. And now it can be you. And also, it's the end of the season blowout. $4,000 off a new system plus any rebates. That $4,000, that's a direct drop from the sticker price. It's a great deal. Check them out at theaeway.com or an instant quote, or give them a call at 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990. Tell them your good buddy Carmichael Dave sent you.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Power Business Technology is proud to be a 100% independent, locally owned and managed Toshiba copier dealer. Local ownership cuts out the red tape, allowing ourselves to never be too busy to personally answer the call when our clients need us. Recognized for excellence in service execution, training, and customer service, we're proud to be named a Toshiba ProMasters Elite Dealer since 2021. Contact us today for all your business printing needs at 844-POWER-BZ. That's 844-769-3729, or visit us at powercopiers.com.
It's the final days of the spring sales event. Drive home your new Honda before the deals and the new Hondas disappear. Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
Looking to own or lease? During the spring sales event, drive a brand new Accord or Civic. Visit us today at folsomlakehonda.com, your one-stop Honda shop.
As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our #1 priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too.
Folsom Lake Honda. One-stop Honda shop.
Allen Stiles. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sacktown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sacktown Sports app.
One more exit interview for you. Keon Ellis. He's not the last interview, but we want to get back to the calls, texts, and just breaking down everything that we've heard from, the core rotation pieces. Jonas Valanciunas is after Keon. Jake LaRavia is after Jonas. Devin Carter is after Jake, and Isaac Jones is after Devin. And we'll have that sound for you tomorrow, and maybe even some bits and pieces. I think Jake LaRavia would be an interesting one. So when he goes at 12:45, we'll probably see what comes of that. Obviously, all of Sacramento media is in there kind of taking them clips. And the obvious question here is how Jake LaRavia feels as far as staying in Sacramento. And we know what it is. He's going to say he likes Sacramento. And on top of that, it just really depends on the market. Now, he might not say that, but that's just what it is. So maybe he gives us more than that, but that's what I would assume Jake LaRavia would have to say. And yeah, we will play some of those clips throughout the show, but our last one in its entirety will be Keon Ellis. And I'm staring at the podium right now. He is not there yet. And when he is there, we will throw to it. To recap, if you are just now joining us, Monte Sabonis says he wants to stay in Sacramento. Malik Monk says he's all in and don't ever question that. Zach LaVine, I'd be crazy if I said I didn't want to be in Sacramento. Kyle, going back to DeMar DeRozan, and I know he led things off. I don't know that we ever caught, and I've been on social media too, I don't know that we ever caught a full-on DeMar DeRozan talked about working with Keon Ellis, but I don't know, or excuse me, Keegan Murray, but I don't know if I've seen any floating quotes of DeMar DeRozan saying, I want to be in Sacramento, but maybe I missed it.
The tone that I got from the interview, and again, we only listened to about half of it, but it seemed to be, I'm here until they tell me I'm not. There was no, remember last year when
and I don't have a lot of time left. He does continue saying that.
Yes. I think the part of not making the playoffs, he did. I think the quote was, I don't plan to be playing for 5 or 6 more years.
Yes.
kind of thing. So I thought that was interesting from the DeRozan standpoint of, last year when we did these exit interviews, it was Malik Monk. Everyone was like, what's going to happen with Malik? What's going to happen with Malik? And then Fox was kind of like, it's a business, go get your money, all that stuff. That was not the tone we thought we'd take with DeRozan because, like he said, this wasn't what he signed up for. This wasn't exactly the situation he thought he was walking into. So he totally could have come in with the tone of like, this was a disaster, et cetera, et cetera. But he seemed to take it from the vantage point of he'll be here as long as he's here.
Yeah, I'm looking at Frankie Cardicelli's socials, and he's posting all of the notable quotes. And the closest thing that I'm seeing here is DeMar DeRozan says that structure and foundation will be important in determining his future. The quote is, "You can't really operate in any successful environment if you have uncertainty. The uncertainty for me has always been the frustrating part." He also says he doesn't regret signing with Sacramento, adding that he hopes to build off his experience this season and grow from it. DeRozan said this was the first time in his 16-year career that he's experienced an in-season coaching change. Now, the other side of that is that, like I mentioned, he talked about working with Keegan Murray. Keegan Murray talked about going to L.A. to work with DeMar and there's a whole crew that's going to go down there. They've already talked to, quote unquote, some guys to go down there. So I think DeMar is the guy that's the most up in the air. And I'm confirming here with the roundtable crew who is in the building. But yeah, I'm not seeing any type of I want to be here, like we heard from Domantas Sabonis, like we heard from Keegan Murray, and like we heard from Malik Monk. So, and Zach LaVine as well. Zach LaVine said, "Of course, I'd want to be here." And yeah, Frankie just texted me back. He said he wanted to work with Keegan over the summer, but not that he wanted to stay. Yes. So we didn't miss it. He didn't say it.
No, and Zach kind of took a different tone, and obviously different situations for different players. But Zach's tone was more so, it's good to be wanted. It's good to be somewhere where.
Yeah, Zach's tone was, they took my took my contract, so of course I want to be here.
No, I disagree. I think Zach's tone was, I'm glad somebody wants me, which was kind of code word for I'm glad I'm not in Chicago anymore. And I think we expect he's going to be back, or at least we expect someone making $40 million is going to be back next year.
Right.
And Zach, we can play Sam Amick's sound later as well, but Sam was talking about the futures of Sabonis and LaVine and DeRozan. And one of the things he mentioned is he talked to Zach last night, and one of the first things Zach mentioned about wanting to be here, or like why he expects to be back, is like the support from Vivek. That was one of the first names that he said.
Well, yeah, because we know that Vivek has liked Zach LaVine for a very long time.
But it was interesting that that's coming out of Zach's mouth. And again, we can play exactly what Amick said later, but it was very interesting to hear. Like, yes, he is wanted.
Yeah.
Whoever's running the organization now clearly wanted him since Monte didn't. So why is he here? Someone here wants him. So I think that was kind of even his tone here is like, it feels, crazy season, but it feels good to be wanted.
Yeah. I mean, he went through 2 years of people saying he was the worst contract in the NBA. So,
well, it hasn't stopped yet.
So the person that traded for that contract, I would want to be here too. That's what I'm saying. I'd want to be here too. If everybody's saying I'm overpaid and someone said, I think you're worth 40 whatever million, I'd say I could be in Alaska. I could be wherever. And I would say, I want to be here. If you feel like I'm worth it, hell yeah, I want to be here.
I know this is a little bit of a joke too, because of what you said about him being an interview, but I really want to re-listen to what Domantas Sabonis said. Yeah. Not that it was like super spicy, but Domas was more honest than we get from Domas coming out at the end. And I hope, and also in a way expect, this won't be Domantas Sabonis' last press conference with the Kings, but if it is, he saved the good stuff for the very end.
Yeah. Like I said, he's normally pretty vanilla when it comes to his interviews. And in this one, he said he wasn't involved in any of the decisions and that he wants to be moving forward. Now, whether or not there are direct connections to decisions that were made and indirect connections to decisions that were made, that's where we're at. All right, Kyle, are we going to see if Keon pops up? We're going to try to sneak in a break. All right, we're going to sneak in a break. We will come back as soon as Keon is on the podium. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, the ultimate lunch lineup boasts wall-to-wall sports and scenic views. When you're hungry and in a hurry, the Scratch Kitchen delivers lunch in the clutch. I mean, where else can you order a 29-degree draft beer and a quickie combo on your lunch break? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Twin Peaks Scratch Kitchen scores every time. Dig into hand-smashed burgers, chef-inspired flatbreads, and more at your local lodge.
Your old HVAC system could be costing you a fortune in energy bills and repair bills. Right now, Sierra Pacific is offering deep discounts, saving homeowners thousands of dollars. Savings that won't be available later this year, but you must act fast. We have to fill openings in our schedule next week. This limited time offer is only available if you book your installation for next week. Don't wait until it's too late. Call Sierra Pacific and lock in your savings today.
Sierra Pacific Solar Heating and Air, the guys in the big red trucks.
Sacramento's premier country music festival, Country in the Park, is coming back May 16th and 17th at Cal Expo with Bailey Zimmerman, Billy Currington, Cole Wetzel, Nate Smith, and more. You'll enjoy food trucks, rock walls, and a mechanical bull, line dancing, and more. Single-day GA tickets start at $52 at CITPFest.com. Country in the Park, May 16th and 17th with Diamond Pacific Supply and Trex, Michelob Ultra, and Carl's Jr. Find out more at CITPFest.com.
At SMUD, we power local business with incentives on clean energy equipment, tools to manage electricity usage and save money, tailored solutions from dedicated strategic account advisors, and 50% lower rates than neighboring utilities, all while doing more for the planet with clean energy solutions, savings, reliability, personalized service, clean energy, helping local businesses thrive. That's our clean power promise. Learn more at smud.org.
What's up? We're talking to Chad Hoblet of Hoblet Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram and Woodland. Ram Truck Month, it's back. Chad, tell me about the deals happening at Hoblet.
Only Hoblet can get you a deal this good on the best selection of new Ram trucks. Right now, save up to $15,000 off MSRP on the new 2025 Ram 1500 Tradesman Sports. And with 500 new Ram trucks available, your perfect Ram is waiting for you at the Hoblet Ram Truck Center.
And aren't you the #1 Ram truck dealer in California?
Yeah, we consistently rank #1 in California thanks to our unique selection of Ram trucks. Plus, people love our new certified pre-owned Supercenter with over 200 vehicles available and over 50 under $20,000.
There's only one thing to do. Search, select, and save through their whole inventory at HobletDodge.com. Unbeatable prices, unbeatable selection. Nobody beats Hoblet, period.
15,000 total net savings after 10,000 factory rebates and 5,000 dealer discounts. Rebates include 8,000 West and National Consumer Cash, 1,500 Conquest dealer cash. Must own or lease Ford, Chevy, or GMC brand vehicle. 500 on-the-job upfit. Must show proof of $500 eligible upfit. 5,000 net savings. Sample VIN 616-182. See dealer for details.
Allen Stiles here with your Sacktown Sports Injury Update, brought to you by Downtown LA Law Group. For the A's, pitcher Michel Otanez has resumed throwing from a distance up to 90 feet and could return sometime in mid-April. Brady Basso, out with that left shoulder strain, has been transferred from the 15-day injured list to the 60-day injured list. On the court, Malik Monk has been diagnosed with a left calf strain and will be reevaluated in 14 days, which means he'll miss the rest of the season and the play-in. This injury report was brought to you by Downtown LA Law Group.
Hi, I'm Allen Stiles. Injured at work? Call Downtown. Downtown LA Law Group, California's leading injury law firm. With over 40 lawyers throughout California, they've won over $500 million in settlements. Downtown LA Law Group will get you compensation for your work injury. You don't pay unless they win. That's right. You pay zero up front. Call Downtown. Text injury help to 40222. That's injury help to 40222. Visit them at calldowntown.com.
Your home for Kings talk and so much more.
Live and local.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
Still waiting for Keon Ellis. That will be our last interview in its entirety. Then we'll get back to your calls, your texts, and shout out to the Sack chat. There are more interviews happening. Jonas Valanciunas, Devin Carter, Jake LaRavia, and we will have some of those for you, some clips for you.
And all the videos are up on Sacktown Sports YouTube.
Yes, all the videos will be up or are already up.
They're doing a good job. All the ones so far are up.
There you go. Real quick, just outside of the Kings Road for a second, great news here. Dame Lillard has been cleared of his deep vein thrombosis. He is off blood thinners, and he is going to start ramping up. He's out for game 1, but he's on the way back. So that Bucks team that we kind of compared to the Kings team and just some of the bad injury luck as far as timing, guys getting hurt right before the playoffs or the play-in as far as the Kings are concerned. So it looks like Dame will be back at some point in that first round matchup, which at this point with the Kings done, I just want to watch some good basketball. So, at least, and what they're going up against the Pacers that got the Bucks last season.
Yes.
And got a injured Bucks team. At least we will see what the Pacers and Tyrese Halliburton, seeing a lot of Tyrese Halliburton mentions today, just in general with Monte McNair on the way out, but we will see what happens there. Speaking of Tyrese Halliburton, Monte McNair woke up today, I guess, with no job, but more of a winner than he was last night, thanks to what Sam Amick had to say. But there is still a line when it comes to the mistakes that he made. I don't think this should completely let Monte off the hook unless he didn't have drafting power. He still had that kind of obsession over 6'2" guards. So I don't think we can let him fully off the hook. But like I said, not too long ago, after the Beam team season, I think Monte always had control of the draft, but it was after the Beam team, after last season, that's where I feel like ownership decided to put their hands in the cookie jar and get their fingerprints on some of the decisions a little bit more. Because I think last season, you could taste the playoff revenue. The shirts were probably being printed. You're going to New Orleans. If you measure home court advantages, going to Memphis tomorrow night, brutal. But going to New Orleans against a Pelicans team with no Zion, they could taste that playoff revenue. And I think they lost that game. And bleep just went crazy in the minds of the higher ups in the Kings organization.
Well, I think the playoff revenue is important. I don't think it is the whole picture, though, because I kind of put together a little timeline of Monte's, tenure, and like the offseason after the Beam team bringing in Sasha Vezenkov and Chris Duarte as the major moves were defensible at the time. Both were planning on being rotation players. But by the end of that season, it was like both of them were complete flops, and they had to attach not just a second-round pick, but attach one of your former first-round picks in Davion Mitchell to get off of Sasha Vezenkov's contract. So I think that offseason was kind of the beginning of no confidence, I guess. I'm not saying that the fingerprints were all over X, Y, or Z, but at the same time, they got pressured into extending Mike Brown when we know that the front office Vivek and people in running the team did not want to extend Mike Brown at the number that they extended him at. And from there, it kind of felt like the lack of confidence in the direction Monte was taking it kind of seeped through.
Yeah, and that whole debacle this offseason as well, the Sasha thing, who Sasha didn't like Mike Brown. There was so much put on the Sasha thing, and maybe I don't know if it'll come out whether the Sasha thing was Monte or more so ownership. It feels like it was a Monte thing, and you swung and missed. And the problem was the other moves you made also changed from wins to losses, right? Kevin Huerter looked that move looked great in 2023. Then it looked terrible every season after that.
Well, and how do you make up for that with young players to replenish those going out, right? They gave up Chris Duarte and Harrison Barnes to bring in DeRozan, but then you go back to the fact They gave up pick 24 in the 2023 draft just to move off of Rashawn Holmes' contract. They gave up multiple second-round picks to move off of bad contracts.
Yeah.
Some signed by Monte, some otherwise, but they moved off of those picks to move bad contracts and then moved off of another pick to move Jaden McDaniels. So I think the lack of draft capital and lack of young players to replenish that bench depth, first of all, was the reason why you had Doug McDermott's and Jay Crowder's and Markelle Fultz's keep getting signed all throughout the season.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, it made it so that thin bench came back to bite them this season. And that, I think, you could point to as a direct result of Monte McNair's shortcomings.
Well, we have some time. We're waiting for Keon Ellis to kind of close out these exit interviews. Again, he's not the last exit interview, but he's the last exit interview that we are going to play straight through. I wanted to address this because I was in my feelings last night as the Kings got embarrassed, and it came across my timeline that Malik Monk was seen on the bench. Now, I was watching I was in the building, so I couldn't see. But Malik Monk was laughing on the bench, right? He was laughing on the bench, and Jack DNF, I think is how his social is, who we talk a lot about on the show. He does great stuff on social media. He works with Sac State as well. Jack posted about it, and I basically said, well, I want to see what it looked like, right? And again, I'm sitting here measuring a smirk or whatever it is, and I said, if it was a cackle, I don't like stuff like that. I'm kind of old school in that way. I don't like stuff like that. And somebody, because this is 2025, somebody found the video, and Malik Monk was laughing his butt off on the bench, and it bothered me. It bothered me. And, you know, I went back and forth. I won't name names, but I went back and forth with some others here at the station during the game, and they disagreed with me, right? They said, Allen, what's the big deal? And seeing that Malik Monk today talking about how he's all in and things like that, hey, I get it. I respect the heck out of him for it, and we appreciate him for being in Sacramento. But I'm sorry, you're down 20 at home. And a lot of people said, well, he's not playing, so it doesn't annoy me as much because he's not playing. That annoys me more. That annoys me more. Just because you're not playing doesn't mean you're not a part of the game. So I'm very get off my lawn, and a lot of people were telling me, Allen, it's not that big of a deal, and that's not the question how much Malik Monk cares. I just thought, honestly, it was a bad look. You're getting your butts whooped at home, and it was hyena-esque. He was cackling on the bench. So I want to know what the joke was. I want to laugh too, because to the people in that arena that Malik cares so much about, who, by the way, Malik says he doesn't like when people boo when there were boos last night. That wasn't funny to them. Somebody might have had to work an extra shift to get those tickets for their kid, for their son, for their daughter, for their wife, for their husband, for their friend. It was a birthday gift. It was just a just because gift. I don't like that, man. And you can disagree with me. I'm not questioning how much Malik cares, but I thought that was a bad look.
I'd love to envision the world now where you aren't doing this show and you're sitting in that press conference room with all of SAC media.
Yeah.
And you're just like, Malik, what was so funny?
What was so funny?
What's so funny, man?
What was so funny? I'm sorry. And, you know, a lot of people said, Allen, you're tripping. You know, he's on the bench. He's not even playing. What's the big deal? Call me old school, and maybe I'll get another gray hair because of this segment, but that bugged me, man. That bugged me. It just, not the time. And crazy camera action to catch that, because they knew that's the camera person knew what they were doing. I don't think that was just bad luck. These dudes are down 20, and Malik Monk is howling on the bench. You don't have to agree with me. You could say I'm overreacting, but people spend their hard-earned money for these games, and you got embarrassed, and you're not even playing. And Jonas Valanciunas was sitting next to him. That there was no smile on his face. So, look, Malik says he wants to stay here. I'm on record, Malik Monk, my favorite player on the Sacramento Kings, but I couldn't get down with that last night. And, other people at the station did not agree with me. They thought, what's the big deal? I don't know, man. I don't know. If I'm sitting here, I got to do an extra shift. My daughter is wearing a Malik Monk jersey, and they're down 20. He's not playing. That's not his fault. But he's laughing on the bench. Is this a joke? Is this a joke? And maybe he does feel, maybe that's what they've said. Maybe it is a joke to them. Monte McNair did get fired 5 minutes after the game. Maybe it is a joke to them. Well, hopefully at some point, we can all be viewed more seriously. How about that? Taking a break. Still no Keon Ellis. We're looking for Keon. We're going to keep it rocking. Yeah, he's taking a lunch break. Phones are open. We will get to you until Keon is on, and then we'll get to you after Keon is on. 916-339-1140. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Breaking: the Sacramento Kings and Scott Perry have finalized a deal for him to become the next GM of the Kings. Keep it here for up-to-date breaking Sacramento Kings news. Sacktown Sports, 1140.
Sacramento, get ready. The Sacktown Sports Live events calendar is packed with epic shows you won't want to miss. Classic rock bands, America takes the stage at Hard Rock Live Sacramento on May 9th. Then hip-hop legend LL Cool J brings the beats to Thunder Valley on May 10th. The Outlaw Music Festival rolls into Toyota Amphitheater on May 18th. And punk pioneers The Dam hit Ace of Spades on May 31st. June heats up with JJ Gray and Mofro at Ace of Spades on June 10th. Plus, country superstars Lee Brice and Walker Hayes at Ironstone Amphitheater on June 21st. Then it's 3 days of country fun at the Country Summer Music Festival at Sonoma County Fairgrounds on June 27th through the 29th. Get your boots ready for the Folsom Pro Rodeo July 3rd through 5th. Then catch Cody Johnson at Golden One Center on July 18th and Parker McCollum at Ironstone Amphitheater on August 16th. Mark your calendars, grab your tickets, and don't miss out. Find all the details at sacktownsports.com.
The hot weather is coming. Is your HVAC system ready for it? Let Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating make sure it is. Get to Lee'sAirPlumbingandHeating.com. Check out their $99 HVAC tune-up special. And let me tell you why Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating is the way to go. They took care of me when our heater collapsed over the winter, and Lee's set us up with a great new HVAC system that is providing comfort, value, and quality. Let Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating take care of you. License number 635355.
Welcome to Staples.
Hi, I hear Staples prints it all.
Oh, you bet. Posters, banners.
Can you print it all for Mother's Day?
Oh, of course. Photo gifts like canvas prints, photo puzzles.
Can you print it all for graduation?
Sure can. Custom cards and invites.
Can you print a huge banner with the grad's picture?
Oh, definitely.
Even an embarrassing baby picture?
Oh, those are the best kind.
I know, right?
Print it all for moms and grads at Staples. And right now, get 40% off custom cards, invites, and photo gifts. N75 exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Progressive knows when you're on your boat, you're already on vacation. And Vacation You forgets all your worries. Vacation You doesn't even keep track of time and knows that time is a meaningless construct designed to control us, man. But Regular You knows you don't want to be too far out in the water after the sun goes down because Vacation You doesn't know how to navigate in the dark yet. Vacation You and Regular You really need to get on the same page. So bundle your boat with your home or auto policy and earn an automatic discount from Progressive. And spend the savings on the both of you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Skeeter here. Field Tech, Sacramento Yellow Mosquito and Vector Control District. Hey, it's my favorite week of the year. Mosquito Awareness Week. Yep, the spring and warm weather means the little suckers are starting to breed and bite. Gotcha. So it's time to fight the bite. Once a week, drain standing water from flower pots, bird baths, dog dishes. And at dawn and dusk, start using insect repellent outside and wear long clothes. Because these skeeters are up for blood.
The Sacramento Yellow Mosquito and Vector Control District reminds you it's time to fight the bite. For more information, go to fightthebite.net.
If you're not looking for a brand new car, at Elk Grove Honda, we've acquired some of the best pre-owned cars we can find. We've kept only the best of our trades, and our buyer has found some of the finest pre-owned Hondas available in Northern California. You can see for yourself at elkgrovehonda.com. Whether you purchase a brand new Honda or a like-new pre-owned Honda, your car buying experience will be the same. We have the right Honda at the right price. You'll find us in the Elk Grove Auto Mall, Highway 99 and Elk Grove Boulevard.
I gotta get an Elk Grove Honda.
Want the best movie experience in town? Join Sacktown Sports IMAX Pass by visiting sacktownsports.com. Sign up today. You can win tickets to see this week's films at the Esquire IMAX Theater.
Allen Stiles. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sacktown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sacktown Sports app.
Keon Ellis is at the podium. I want to sneak Freddie in quickly. Freddie, you got about 30 seconds. I know you want to talk about Malik laughing. I just want to know if you think I'm tripping or not. 30 seconds, then we're going to get to Keon. What's up, Freddie? What you got for us?
Well, real quick, I don't think you're tripping at all. I think that's definitely okay to be upset and frustrated with that about. I think that when it comes to Malik Monk, he's been hearing probably a few conversations about, maybe the Kings are better without him, right? When he's been injured, we're still playing well, we're winning games. And I think a lot of that conversation kind of gets to the point where, hey, if you guys think you're better than me, then, go out there and prove it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Fair enough, Freddie. Fair enough. And I do want to add in, Malik did say he's all in, and don't ever question that as far as him being all in on Sacramento. Great stuff, Freddie. All right, here is Keon Ellis in his exit interview. Here it is.
How are we doing, Keon?
I'm good. How about yourself?
It's been 24 hours.
It has.
I would love for you to speak on that. Just your reaction to what happened last night with Monte being let go and the possibility of a new GM coming in, and just speak to the volatility of the season if you can.
When Doug told me, it's kind of crazy. The whole season's been crazy, but it's just not something that I really thought about to expect it. I don't know. I was really still thinking about the game and everything. And so to see that, it was just kind of another thing that is on your mind at the moment after the game. And as far as the season, obviously didn't end the way that we wanted to, or the whole season as itself, kind of didn't really flow the way we expected. So, definitely some challenges ahead. So we'll have to be better on that.
Keon, you have a complicated salary cap situation with your contract this summer. Just how do you kind of hope that this plays out? You can either be a restricted free agent or you can be an unrestricted next summer. But what are your thoughts on what your contract situation is and how long, whether you'd like to be back in Sacramento?
Honestly, I don't know. I'll leave all that up to my agent and, let him do his job on that one. But, definitely would love to be back. I hate moving to, the fans here are great. I think I would say hype or, the love that the fans have gave me since I've been here. And, this is where I started out at. Everything's been great. So, it would definitely be good to remain here for sure.
Keon, another season for you where you've just further cemented, yourself in this league as an NBA player. Does this exit interview, this going into this offseason feel any different from the last couple? And how, confident are you or comfortable are you in who you are as an NBA player, whether it's for this organization or anywhere in this league?
Yeah, I do feel that I'm further along in my career at this point than last year. I feel like I've accomplished more, and I'm on my way to being a better player each year. So, and I think, what was the second part of your question?
Are you in?
Right. Yeah, and I'm very. I think I'm comfortable in my role and in the position that I've kind of put myself in, but you never want to, really assume those things because, you just never know how things can shape up for you. So, but definitely felt like I've had a good year for myself and other teams have taken notice and our team has as well. So, definitely happy with that.
Do you have any particular thing this summer that you want to work on or any particular point to your game that you kind of want to develop more? Obviously you talked about, the pretty big steps you've taken each season, but anything in particular you want to work on?
Well, this year, this has been the most that I've been put at the point guard spot. So, and that just consists mostly of just, kind of initiating and just getting the ball where it needs to go. So I think just taking that next step in that would probably be initiating even more, and whether it's, coming off to score now or, whatever that next step is within the offense. So I think that'll probably be a big emphasis on my development in the summer, but I think just keep sharpening the tools, continuing to work on my shot and, get better at that. So those are some of the things.
Keon, can you speak a little bit about, just the job Doug did after he took over? And I guess specifically, I'm curious, like your assessment of him in terms of like the leadership side of being a coach, and then also, the basketball side, drawing up plays and doing the more of the intricate like X's and O's type stuff.
I think he did a good job for us. When he came in, he tried to keep it real simple for us. We have some really talented players on our team, so just try not to overdo anything and let us go out there and be pros. So definitely didn't want to do too much. Kind of let us get to our spots, and we all know the reads that should be made, where the ball should go, the way we need to play. And I think far as his professionalism and his leadership, I think that's a big thing when you're talking about Doug. I mean, former player, he has the respect from everyone, and I think he's telling us the right things, game in, game out, practice, whatever. The messages that he's given us are either the ones that you don't want to hear or the tough ones that, we need to hear. So, just keeping it real with us. And I think, if you have that, you're not going into any game and he's not telling you something that it's not going to be. So I think he did a good job at that. And, those are the things that you need.
Keon, Malik talked about being 4 different players this season with all the moving parts, and your role kind of changed a little bit really since you've been a part of this organization. Just how difficult was that for you finding a consistent role? And I guess how would you assess your overall season?
I don't think it was really difficult for me because, like I said before, you never really want to assume like that you have something locked in as far as like position or whatever and minutes and all that. But I just know I never really got mad at myself or questioned anything when I knew when I was out there that I was doing the right things. So, whatever my time looks like, I wasn't really too worried about it because I knew it would have to come back full circle. So, and then the year, for myself, I think I had a good year. I mean, I don't really set too many goals or anything, but I think for the things that I accomplished and the level that I played at, I think I definitely made another step in my game for sure.
And then just being the defensive-minded player that you are, Keegan took a big leap in that department this season, but kind of struggled to find offensive groove throughout the year. I guess how would you evaluate his season and just maybe his ceiling from your point of view?
I mean, Keegan's ceiling is really high. I mean, everyone's going to have their struggles for sure. So I think, with us having a couple of different looks as to what our team is going to look like and, the way we're going to play, that can cause a little bit of struggles. But I mean, we still have the utmost faith in Keegan's offensive ability. So, and then on the defensive end, we know the defense, the level of defense he's able to play. So, the ceiling, we're definitely excited for him to reach that. And I'm trying to think of the last part of what you. Okay, cool. Yeah.
Yeah, Keon. And speaking of Malik, I know you guys, missed him, these past few weeks. Just wanted to get your thoughts on, him not being out on the court with you guys and playing with him overall, because you've been around him for the last 2 or 3 seasons right now.
For him to kind of go down for the last bit of the season, definitely tough for us. I mean, he's a main piece to what we're doing here. So you definitely want to have him out on the court with us. And I mean, the energy that he plays with, isn't really the same as the energy that he has on the bench for us. We would like to use that on the court more than we want to hear him talking on the sideline. So, definitely tough for us to lose him towards the end. And was there a second part to that?
Yeah, overall,
playing with him. Right. I mean, well, Malik, when I first came in, Malik was like my vet. So, he was the one telling me about everything and, kind of coaching me off the court, if you will. So definitely got love for him for that. He showed me a lot of things and just the way that he goes about it. I love playing with him. He's selfless. Good guy to be around, real funny. And I think, he keeps it real with you too. So, when I'm out there, if I'm doing bad, he'll tell me I'm doing bad. If I'm doing good, he'll tell me I'm doing good. So, I think I love the way that he keeps me, held accountable for what I'm doing out there. And he expects the same of him. So.
There you have it, Keon Ellis. He doesn't like moving. So that's a good thing as far as staying in Sacramento. He said, I don't like moving. Then, of course, went on to say the fans are great, too. It would definitely be great to remain here for sure. But did, do the obvious thing and say, honestly, I don't know. I'll leave that to my agent. Kyle, I wanted your thoughts, and great job, Kyle, with all of that. Again, the exit interviews aren't done, but we got an hour left. So we want to get back to your calls and just kind of break down everything that we've heard. And honestly, it's going to take a couple days to break down everything that we heard. But I got a question for everyone listening. And Kyle, one thing that Keon said, I don't know if this is a reach or not, and I need some clarity when he talks about who's taking notice to his game. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Get in the zone, auto zone.
John always listens to his truck. So when his brakes start talking, he goes to AutoZone, where a helpful AutoZoner gets him the right parts. If John has time to put them in, he borrows a kit with Loan-A-Tool. And if he doesn't, he gets a free shop referral. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Deposit required for Loan-A-Tool. Restrictions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that. And third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Save $12,750 off MSRP. Every new 2025 Silverado 1500 LT and RST 5.3 in stock at the Meta Chevy Silverado Supercenter. After all rebates. And Meta Chevy still has one of the largest selections in the Sacramento area. $12,750 off new Silverado exclusively at the Meta Chevy Silverado Supercenter. Now that's big, huge. See them all at MetaChevy.com. Together, let's drive.
Estimated 2011 or newer. Not available with special financing, lease, and some other offers.
Spring is here, and that means gigantic savings for all your oil change needs at Jiffy Lube today. Get a $25 gift card with the purchase of any Pennzoil Platinum full synthetic oil change through May 31st at your local Jiffy Lube service center in the greater Sacramento areas. And don't forget about the additional $30 off online coupon at jiffylube.com. Terms apply. Valid email address required. See pennzoil.com/rewards for details. Jiffy Lube, huge spring savings for you today.
I'm Ken Korak with your Green and Gold Report, brought to you by Comcast Business, powering possibilities. For a little historical perspective on Jacob Wilson's 15-game hitting streak to begin the season, which ended on the 13th against the Mets. In the expansion era, the only longer streak by an Athletic to start a season, San Javier hit in 17 straight in 1994. The Athletics record, Hank Majeski, 19 straight in 49.
Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business with reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solution, and Wi-Fi backup. Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. For details on special offers, including free professional installation and up to a $500 Visa prepaid card on qualifying internet bundles, log on to business.comcast.com. Comcast Business, powering possibility.
With 25 award-winning years in Northern California, Ashton & Price is your local injury law firm. Pro attorney tip: if a firm presents as local but they're in LA, red flag. If your first consultation is not with a lawyer, big red flag. At Ashton & Price, your first consult is with a local attorney, and if serious injury prevents travel, a lawyer will come to you. Still not enough? George Washington's my uncle. At Ashton & Price, no red flags, just red, white, and blue.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton and Price.
And now a brief history of the garage door. Garage doors could date back to 450 BC when chariots were stored in gatehouses. Here in the States, they became a thing around the start of the 20th century. You could find a float over door in a catalog way back in 1906. National Garage Doors have been around since 1974. They're family owned and operated, so you can trust them to solve any garage door issues you may have. Squeaky door, malfunctioning door, or a need for a new door, which is what prompted us to give them a call, 916-638-4554. At National Garage Door Service is their number one priority. I've witnessed that commitment in my own home, certainly in our garage. National Garage Door sells quality Rainer branded garage doors. They are the nation's BSE broken spring experts. So if you have a garage door that looks and sounds like it dates back to 450 BC, National Garage Door can help, whether it's a garage door tune-up, repair, or replacement you need. They'll take care of you at National Garage Door. 916-638-4554. That's 916-638-4554. National Garage Door.
KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sacktown Sports 1140. Your home for Kings talk and so much more.
Live and local.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
We are giving away Rivercats tickets in about 15 minutes. So if you're on the app, you probably want to switch over now. We are giving away Rivercats tickets. River Kitties. That is in 15 minutes. By the way, shameless plug. Anyone new to the program, I am one of two MCs, in-game hosts for the Rivercats. And I'm working the day that we are giving away those tickets, Saturday, April 19th. This Saturday, I will be there doing the MC thing. Come on up to me. A couple listeners have before, and I really appreciate that. Maybe you come on up to me. Maybe I get you in a game. You win a prize. You know, some bubble blasters or whatever it is, whatever game we cook up. So I start, Kyle, we split the games, myself and Lee, the MC, and my shifts start for this homestand start tonight. So I go Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and then I will be there Easter Sunday as well. So if you're going to the game tonight or any of the games for the rest of this homestand, come say what's up. I will be out there tonight. I'm going to be layered. I'm worried that it'll be a little chilly again, but hopefully we walk away with a Rivercats W. So that is all going down tonight, and we are giving away tickets for Saturday so you can see the Rivercats take on the Salt Lake Bees. That is who the Rivercats are taking on this homestand. So 15 minutes, 916-339-1140. That is the call line. Kyle will pick the number this go around, that lucky number. What I wanted to break down, and tell me if I'm reaching here. Keon was asked, and obviously I asked a couple media members to break down the Keon thing, and we were breaking it down last week. I just wanted to make sure we were on the same page. Long story short, The reason that they will not exercise the option is because if they exercise the option, the team option, that would end in unrestricted free agency, which would mean that the Kings could get priced out to the point where they just can't do it. If they don't exercise the option, he will enter restricted free agency, which would give the Kings a fighting chance to match if they want to match. That is the long and the short of it. Got that confirmation last night at the dinner table with a really good media meal. So thanks to everyone that broke that down. We just wanted to confirm because we were going back and forth a little bit. With that being said, Keon had a quote during his interview where he was talking about his season, and he said he feels like, quote, other teams have taken notice. And then he ended the quote saying that he feels like his own team has taken notice as well. So when I heard that, I was trying to figure out if he was saying that in the way of, oh, we need to pay attention to this guy, or was he saying that in the way of, I will have, and maybe it's both, I will have teams interested in me moving forward. I don't feel like it's the latter, but I do feel like it could be a little bit of both, where he brings up that when he said other teams have taken notice and then followed it after with, I feel like our team has taken notice as well, kind of made me raise my eyebrow to think, is he talking about the fact that he had a really good season and other teams might be interested in his services?
It's weird because under the circumstances you just outlined, there would be, what is it? A restricted free agency period if they decline the option.
Yes.
So if that happens, then I guess he needs other teams to take notice because his future contract value, whether it's with the Kings or someone else, is contingent on whatever the market says he's worth.
Right.
And again, I don't know if Scott Perry will decline the option, because again, that's the risk you run. He's a tremendous value for next year, but if you believe he is a long-term piece of your core, and I'm talking like a 4-year extension type guy, then it does behoove you to have the restricted free agency period before he potentially gets better. So I guess unless they just accept the option, he needs someone else to believe in him the way that Sacramento has believed in him. I guess you could say from the start, but that's not even true because he was in the Mike Brown doghouse for however long it was.
Well, and that, yeah, that seems like a very long time ago.
Let's say he needs someone to believe in him the way Monte McNair believed in him.
Right. And you could even say Doug Christie, and he spoke about Doug Christie and how Doug Christie is very respected in that locker room. 916 says it would be foolish to move Keon. He is just starting to show his colors as a lethal two-way player. Pay the man. Yeah, and I think as long as I understand this correctly, they're going to give themselves an opportunity to do that. Now, restricted free agency just means you have the opportunity to match. That doesn't mean that they will, right? You just want to give yourself that option. Scott Perry, if Keon has another crazy season, and, you know, who knows what's happening with the rest of the team. Maybe Devin Carter has a great season as well, his second season and hopefully a full season. They could say, Keon is great, but we have Devin Carter. We got Keon Ellis at home, which would be Devin Carter for a better price. And if the Chicago Bulls or whoever decide that they want to cash out Keon, the Sacramento Kings would give themselves an opportunity, but they would say, I think we're good here. Good luck, Keon. But they just want to give themselves a chance.
I love this world where the Kings and Bulls are just swapping players.
That's just the first name that popped in my head because that's what they do. So, yeah, I thought that was a fascinating statement, and I don't want to, this is why players don't want to say too much, and I don't think it was any type of slight or anything like that. It's the reality. The reality is national media talks about Keon Ellis, it's hard to get national media to talk about anybody.
Yeah, and we talked about the best contracts in the league. And if we were to create a found money award, there's data that backs up the 3 finalists would be Ty Jerome, Scottie Pippen Jr., and Keon Ellis. Those are the best value contracts in the NBA. And I think it's interesting because Keon is a symptom of the larger conversation, right? By accepting the team option for $2.3 million for next year, they would give themselves approximately $15 million to go out and do other things this offseason, which if you're a team that wants to contend next year is a huge value,
right?
Especially since they won't have the mid-level exception because they use that on Jonas Valanciunas. So that would be something valuable, but by accepting the team option, you relinquish control. Because once he hits unrestricted free agency, you got no control. He could go to another team, he could sign with you, he can do whatever he wants. But by taking on control, you're giving him a pay raise now, which takes away from potential additions this offseason.
Yeah.
And is that something you do if you want to go the rebuild route, if you're moving off of one of your big salaries? Those are bigger picture questions we don't have the answer to.
Well, the other thing, when you're bringing in a new GM, the question also, and we talked about Scott Perry and how he was with the Knicks. Most recently, he was, kind of just chilling. We don't know what has been done in the shadows, so I have no clue how familiar Scott Perry is with what the Kings have been doing, right? How long does it take for him to get up to speed? Is he just looking at this as if they're numbers and it's okay? Well, is he looking at net ratings? How is he evaluating these guys and deciding what makes sense and what doesn't? A lot of people have been talking about Keon Ellis and, some of the models that we've seen where Keon really was about a $14 million a year value this past season. How does he view that? How does he view Keegan Murray? Does he come in with any untouchables? Does Vivek say, we have some untouchables that I don't want to move off of? So when you're dealing with the new GM, I know that Kings fans already feel like anything can happen, but even more so, you have somebody that's trying to get up to speed, trying to understand the situation. You got guys that are in their prime. You got guys that are getting close to the other side of their prime, guys that are starting to enter their prime. So much has been done. I think the first thing is you sit down and you decide, okay, who do we want to be? And I do believe that the quickness in which all of this happens leads me to believe that Scott Perry understands what Vivek wants and will find a way to, or find the best way possible to give him what he wants. And I, to this day, don't think that will change, and I don't think that will be a blow-up rebuild situation. Doesn't mean that everybody's safe. Doesn't mean that Domantas Sabonis is safe, if he wants to be safe, by the way. Doesn't mean that Malik Monk is safe. Both of those guys say that they want to stay in Sacramento. These exit interviews happen so quickly. So much still has to soak in with these players. So what is the first thing on Scott Perry's list as he takes this job? What is the number one priority? Does he create that priority? Is he told what that priority is? I would assume that it's outside of head coach. I think head coach is the number one thing, but outside of head coach, what else is there? Or what is the number one thing that he has to figure out, whether that's in his mind or whether that is somebody telling him, this is what I want you. When you take a job, most of the time, any job, most of the time, the first conversation you have once the training is done is, okay, what's my first project? Or what do you want me to work on first? Right? And a lot of times you don't get to pick that, but maybe in this position, he will. Speaking of coaches, did Doug Christie get out-coached last night? Was last night a bad look, or should he be removed from the stench of this conversation? Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Breaking: the Sacramento Kings and Scott Perry are finalizing a deal for him to become the next GM of the Kings. Keep it here for up-to-date breaking Sacramento Kings news. Sacktown Sports 1140.
Whoa, it's you, the Capital One Bank guy.
That's what they call me.
Mind if I get a selfie?
Yeah, sure thing. Say no fees or minimums on your Capital One checking account.
Wow, that's a keeper. So, where are you heading?
I'm off to spread the good news that Capital One helps people keep more money in their wallet with no overdraft fees.
Oh, you're the best Capital One Bank guy.
Hey, mind if I get a selfie?
Sure.
Say, Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One NA, member FDIC.
Welcome to Staples.
Hi, I hear Staples prints it all.
Oh, you bet. Posters, banners.
Can you print it all for Mother's Day?
Oh, of course. Photo gifts like canvas prints, photo puzzles.
Can you print it all for graduation?
Sure can. Custom cards and invites.
Can you print a huge banner with the grad's picture?
Oh, definitely.
Even an embarrassing baby picture?
Oh, those are the best kind.
I know, right?
Print it all for moms and grads at Staples. And right now, get 40% off custom cards, invites, and photo gifts. N75 exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Allen Stiles. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sacktown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sacktown Sports app.
Last night was bad. Getting back to some of the gameplay, we played a lot of the exit interviews, and they are up on Sacktown Sports YouTube as well if you want to check those out. A lot of good things coming out. But, you know, to take a second to go back to last night and Doug Christie, some people are saying that Doug Christie got out-coached last night. I didn't think about it like that. You know, what's funny is the Kings knew that they were going to have the Mavs. The Mavs had only played, those three bigs had only played together twice prior to last night, all three of them. That was the third game they played with Gafford, Lively, and Anthony Davis. And it felt like everything that the Kings were supposed to do, the Mavs did. They were the ones in transition. They were the ones applying the pressure. They were the ones successfully acting as point guard by committee. You had Anthony Davis throwing. Last night, you can probably find this clip for me. Who's going to throw lobs to Derek Lively and Daniel Gafford? Oh, Anthony Davis is going to throw lobs to them.
Who's going to run point? Oh, Anthony Davis at times.
So they got hit in the mouth, and they had been scouting. We were told that they had been scouting this Mavs team. And again, maybe it's hard to scout a team that never played together. They were scouting the Mavs, but they weren't scouting what we saw last night. But they had been scouting for weeks. For weeks they were scouting. So when you have a conversation about being out-coached, the other part of it is whether or not you had a plan, right? So you had a plan. The plan was not working. Going back to the Desmond Bain, well, Taylor Jenkins didn't take any shots, and we had a game plan. We just didn't execute. So you had a plan. You didn't execute the plan. Now it becomes, and this is what we talked about, can you adjust? Your plan is not working. Can you adjust as a coach? And if you're Doug Christie, do I expect him to win that game when Domantas Sabonis was terrible? He could not do anything offensively. DeMar DeRozan got his 30, but we know how he gets his 30. You're missing Malik Monk. Keegan Murray was a bit invisible. Zach LaVine was quiet. So how much do I put on Doug to say, well, you got to figure out a way to get it done? I almost feel like, again, not that this is horseshoes, but even if they had tried an adjustment and still lost, it would have made me feel better about it. They didn't have to win last night because I think the Mavs played really well, but they tried to blitz Anthony Davis. That didn't work.
Oh, God, Najee Marshall had so many open corner threes.
And normally, the other part of it, too, is some of it is bad luck, I think. But that bad luck happens. You got hit in the mouth. Doug didn't turn the ball. They turned the ball over 10 times. 10 times in the second quarter. It was 44-19. They got outscored.
I think it was a 35-16 run after Clay hit his first three, which, thank God we don't have to talk about that.
No. You're going to get dragged at some point today.
In my defense.
No, there's no defense.
Clay did have 0 points in the first and third quarter.
Okay. Well, that's as close as you got. Kyle, you want to take a guess? And some of this, I don't know if it's bad luck. I don't know what to tell you. You want to take a guess what Najee Marshall is shooting from 3-point land
is this
season?
Is this gonna be like Wendell Carter 20%?
Take a guess.
I'll say 32%.
Najee Marshall, in the good year of our Beam Lord 2025, is shooting 27.5% from three. 27.5. So I don't know what to do with some of this, where I don't know if I should call it bad luck, but that's why I'm struggling with whether or not Doug got outcoached. Would I have liked to see some adjustments? Yes, I think they did try adjustments. But if you have a DeMar DeRozan, to put it nicely, not known for his defense, when you have a Zach LaVine, to put it nicely, not known for his defense, and these guys are touching the paint at will, you got Dante Exum throwing up floaters. I don't know what to do there. I don't know what to do. Some of it is the ingredients you have in the fridge. I do think that there's more that they could have tried at least. But Najee Marshall, and he only had 1 3. It felt like he had way more. Najee Marshall only had 1 3. He only had 9 points. Why did it feel like Najee Marshall had 15 points last night?
I mean, I think the answer is sometimes it was him and sometimes it was Brandon Williams. And honestly, I don't remember which one was which.
By the way, Anthony Davis was 3 of 6 from 3. I mean, here's the thing, and we saw this with guys like JaVale. When nobody is in your zip code, NBA players can hit threes. Who would have thought they lose like this, and PJ Washington was 1 of 6 from 3. The problem was Clay 5 of 7. Brandon Williams 3 of 4. And that's what we discussed last night. You can have two things happen, right? You can have Anthony Davis go off for 27, and you can have Klay Thompson go off for 23. That's fine. But when you let Brandon Williams go off for 17 and PJ Washington go off for 17, that's how you lose games. That's how you get embarrassed. That's how you get embarrassed and get a GM fired, who is probably going to be fired either way.
Yeah, more so the icing on the cake than anything else, which...
That's how you get booed at home.
Yeah, the Mavericks scored 99 points through 3 quarters, which was the 4th time that had happened post-Luka trade. They... The turnover discrepancy was like +6 before garbage time. The Kings committed more fouls.
Yeah.
I mean, I think the short answer is just they were a bad defensive team.
Yes.
Right? I think...
And they have been for 3 years.
I mean, I think it got worse with the interim beam team.
I'm sure it did. Look at De'Aaron Fox, better defender than Zach LaVine. Harrison Barnes, probably slightly better than DeMar.
No, definitely better than DeMar DeRozan. Let's not pretend like Harrison Barnes was this schmuck on defense.
No. I'm not saying he's a schmuck, but he's not Dyson Daniels either.
No, but DeMar DeRozan, we talked about it before. They hid him on whoever the 5th option was.
You can't hide the whole lineup. That's the problem. Keegan, guard everyone. Kyle, let's hear from Sam Amick on Doug's future.
I mean, as of now, it seems like the wind is kind of pointing, to him keeping the job, with a major caveat that the next GM would certainly have a voice on it. Some of this stuff is tricky to report on because, I've already shared publicly what I know, but it does feel to some extent like, I'll put it this way: by the time the New Orleans Pelicans said goodbye to Dave Griffin, they already knew that Joe Dumars was going to be the guy. And I don't know if that's the case here or not, but the names have been floating for a while. And we'll see if it ends up being Scott Perry or Calvin Booth. But I think, some of this stuff might have been worked on a little bit already.
And Sam knew it because everything broke. I think it broke right after he got off the show.
I think an hour after.
Yeah, with Carmichael Dave and Jason Ross. We are giving away those Rivercats tickets when we return, 916-339-1140. If you want to get those tickets, or if you want to be a part of the conversation, text line, same number as well, and the Sack Chat. Did Domantas Sabonis, his legacy, did it take a hit last night? Are you looking at him any differently? Remember that Ivica Zubats conversation? I might have to spin the block on Brendan Nunez. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $50 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $19 a month, a savings of $369 a year.
Whether you need a $500,000 policy or a $5 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. For your free quote, call SelectQuote at 1-800-330-1991. That's 1-800-330-1991. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-330-1991. SelectQuote. We shop, you save. Full details on example policies at selectquote.com/commercials.
There's no better time than now to get yourself into a brand new Jeep because it's Jeep Adventure Days at Sacramento Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, offering the best deals in town and a selection other dealers are jealous of. Stop on by. They're just off of Business 80 across from Hagen Oaks Golf Complex. Sacramento Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram.
Finally, an easy way to find home improvement contractors. Just visit subcontractorsunited.com and simplify your search for home services professionals. From cabinets to windows, roofing to plumbing, Subcontractors United is an easy, simple way to find and hire a home improvement contractor. And you never have to give up personal information. So no harassing phone calls like you get from those other websites. Subcontractorsunited.com is sponsored by D&D Cabinets and Savage Design.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, the ultimate lunch lineup boasts wall-to-wall sports and scenic views. When you're hungry and in a hurry, the Scratch Kitchen delivers lunch in the clutch. I mean, where else can you order a 29-degree draft beer and a quickie combo on your lunch break? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Twin Peaks Scratch Kitchen scores every time. Dig into hand-smashed burgers, chef-inspired flatbreads, and more at your local lodge.
Hello, Sacramento. I'm Emran Pilati, owner of True Sports Cards and Collectible Store here in Rockland, California, and the host of the True Sports Cards Show that airs right here on Sacktown Sports 1140 every Saturday from 10 to 11 a.m., where we discuss the latest trends, hottest products, and deliver exclusive interviews with other industry leaders. And don't forget to visit our shop, True Sports Cards, at 6661 Stanford Ranch Road in Rockland and see what we have for all your sports card and memorabilia needs.
The hot weather is coming. Is your HVAC system ready for it? Let Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating make sure it is. Get to Lee'sAirPlumbingandHeating.com. Check out their $99 HVAC tune-up special. And let me tell you why Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating is the way to go. They took care of me when our heater collapsed over the winter, and Lee's set us up with a great new HVAC system that is providing comfort, value, and quality. Let Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating take care of you. License number 635355.
Sacramento's premier country music festival, Country in the Park, is coming back May 16th and 17th at Cal Expo with Bailey Zimmerman, Billy Currington, Cole Wetzel, Nate Smith, and more. You'll enjoy food trucks, rock walls, and a mechanical bull, line dancing, and more. Single-day GA tickets start at $52 at CITPFest.com. Country in the Park, May 16th and 17th with Diamond Pacific Supply and Trex, Michelob Ultra, and Carl's Jr. Find out more at CITPFest.com.
Meta Chevy sends you $8,000 off MSRP on new 2025 half-ton Silverado LT and RST after rebates.
Year-end savings on now with $8,000 off new Silverados at MetaChevy.com. Together, let's drive.
See dealer for details. At SMUD, we power local business with incentives on clean energy equipment, tools to manage electricity usage and save money, tailored solutions from dedicated strategic account advisors, and 50% lower rates than neighboring utilities, all while doing more for the planet with clean energy solutions, savings, reliability, personalized service, clean energy, helping local businesses thrive. That's our clean power promise. Learn more at smud.org.
Allen Stiles. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sacktown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sacktown Sports app.
Win a pair of tickets to the Sacramento Rivercats versus Salt Lake Bees game at Sutter Health Park on Saturday, April 19th. The Rivercats are taking on the Salt Lake Bees at Sutter Health Park this Saturday, April 19th. We want to send you and a friend to the game. Looking for lucky caller number
3.
Caller number 3. Caller number 3 to score a pair of reserved level tickets to the game. 916-339-1140. 916-339-1140. 916-339-1140. Caller number 3. And funny enough, and the calls are coming in quick, I will be there as you play that, Kyle. I have to be careful when I have these. I was just talking to Scott Moak about this because these homestands are pretty long. So I have to control how much I'm yelling. Like tonight, I cannot lose my voice and be raspy for the rest of the weekend. So I really got to pace myself.
Aren't you working in like 10-minute or like 2-minute spurts though? Like, aren't you only talking for like,
Yeah, I go pretty hard though. It looks like the callers are coming in. Kyle is going to handle that. And some of the texts that we are getting to. 209 says, be careful out there, everyone. I had 2 Kings tickets in my car yesterday, and someone broke in and left 4 more. Nicely done. 209. 530 says, come on, Allen and Kyle. Doug definitely got outcoached. If he stays as coach, it's because Vivek wants him, not because of how he's coaching. If you took a media poll outside of Sacramento, you would see I'm speaking the truth. Joe from the 530. Yeah, I would say, Joe, and I spoke about this about an hour ago. I spoke with a lot of people last night that aren't directly connected to Sacramento. And I will say that Doug, as a coach, is viewed differently outside of Sacramento than inside Sacramento. Not as a whole, but people maybe aren't as high on him. Some people that don't have the purple lenses on as people that know Doug as the player and things like that. So I don't know what's going to happen with Doug. And ultimately, does it matter if the person making the decisions does like Doug? I'm on record. I think Doug did a good enough job to keep the position. But if there is someone more qualified, you have to do your due diligence. You have to. I don't know that they will, but you have to. So I am not opposed to Doug being the coach next season. I just hope that they would at least see what else is out there. 510 Trey says, what's up, Stiles? I listened to Domas's interview, and he was quick to point out how we need a point guard. How about we need a center? He played awful last night, in my opinion, underperformed the whole season. Domas needs to be more accountable. So I got some numbers here. As Brendan Nunez and I were talking about Ivica Zubac, who a lot of people says leapfrogged Domantas Sabonis this season. And Domantas Sabonis did not have a good game. He didn't. And I sat here on these airwaves and said, this is an opportunity for Domas. And he had 11 points, 13 rebounds, 5 assists, and he had 5 turnovers. He was a team worst. He was a game worst, minus 26 last night. Minus 26. That's horrible. That is terrible. And you look here, somebody posted this. And of course, this is not how you can break down everything. But let's take a look at the contracts. As I said, hey, and this is what Brendan's argument was, value to value, sure. I think that Domantas Sabonis, his season is being slept on a little bit, but the Boo Birds came out last night to say what he does doesn't translate to winning basketball. Numbers or no numbers. Domantas Sabonis' contract, 4 years, $186 million. Ivica Zubac's last contract, 3 years, $58 million. 3 years, $58 million. Domantas Sabonis, 4 years, $186 million. So that's a problem. That's a problem. And when it comes to whether or not Domas wants to stay or not, I don't know how easy that contract is going to be moved. 4 years, $186 million. You got Zubac running around doing basically the same thing and better defensively at 3 years, $58 million. That's a problem. He's a minus 26 last night. Most important game of the season. You had, yes, multiple bigs in there. Anthony Davis, Derek Lively, Daniel Gafford. He had nothing for us. Nothing for us last night. So that's a reality. And I think it did take a hit. I think that when you see, and Kevin O'Connor popped up again because it's time to talk trash about Domantas Sabonis. But what can we say? Maybe it wasn't a great matchup because he's the only big, and they never even ran the beefy layer combo. They never ran Valanciunas and Domantas Sabonis. We have the meat. Can we just see it? You're down 20. Can we just see it?
No, we got to put in Doug McDermott.
Can we just, only one man can save us now that we're down 20 in the late third quarter. Doug McDermott. That's it.
I knew this thing was cooked when they brought him in and he missed the first one.
Oh, I knew that too.
Once he missed the first one, I was like, nope, it's just not going to happen.
That's it. That's it. So it's tough, man. It's tough. But if you're going to be out there and we need this, we need that, how about we need you to show up when it matters? How about we need you to not be a minus 26 in the most important game of the season? Can we start there? And how about we need a guy who, the two guys, this is great stuff, people. The two guys making the most money on the team were the two worst plus minuses last night. How about it, huh? Domantas Sabonis a minus 26, Zach LaVine a minus 22. Yeah, we need a point guard. We also need you to show up. That's pathetic. That a minus 22 from Zach LaVine, a minus 26 for Domantas Sabonis. We've been talking for 4 hours about everything outside of on the court. But you wet the bed last night on the court. Let's start there as well. Because that's brutal, man. Sometimes sometimes I would like to hear a little bit more accountability. Just a little bit more of we didn't get it done. Just a little, because you didn't have a point guard. Your coach stunk. I'm getting more gray hairs and I'm being more old school as the show goes on. But can I just hear we didn't get it done? I didn't hear that in the exit interview. Can I just hear I need to do my job better? It's always somebody else's fault.
Well, I wouldn't go that far. I will say, like, we talked about the reputation for Sabonis, right? There's the people who defend him as being underrated, whether because he's in Sacramento or the playing style or whatever. And there are the people who he has the reputation of great player, has never won a playoff series. So he's a great, he's a regular season guy. And maybe if he were a number 3 on someone else's team, maybe he would be a champion, which is weird because it doesn't work that way for him because he's a number. It's like if he were a number 2 scoring option, all of a sudden he would be more valuable. He's like the rare reverse of want him to score more. But
the problem is he should probably be a number 3, right? He puts up crazy in regular season numbers. The problem is he's not getting paid like a number 3. That's the issue.
Well, number 3 is different for him because he is the point center. And it's this unique situation where he is making other players so much better that he is essentially a number 1 who's a number 3 scoring option. Because we have to rethink the NBA offense when we talk about Sabonis because it's such a unique skill set.
Kyle, you're getting too deep in the weeds for me, brother.
Oh,
he like I said, he is a tweener. And last night, he was terrible. And in these situations, whether you need a pair hit, I don't know. Whatever he needs, we're still trying to figure it out. And it wasn't De'Aaron Fox. De'Aaron Fox and Domantas Sabonis, that's not a championship number 1 and 2. I didn't think that either.
No.
I don't know what Domantas Sabonis needs. All I know is that I'm done kind of feeling like he's going to be a savior. He has a specific role, and he is elite at that, right? The problem is he's getting paid to do more than that.
It's tough, though, because last year he received MVP votes. Last year, at times, he played like a top 10 player. And in this new world NBA, you can win a championship with a top 10 player and an elite supporting cast. But I think the broader point is like the outside perception of Sabonis was not changed by last night. He's had bad games in big moments. You could go back to the playoff series before and all that stuff. If you were someone who thought Sabonis was the great player who doesn't have playoff experience, your opinions were reaffirmed last night. And if you're someone in the underrated camp for Sabonis, maybe you're reevaluating, but I don't think one game is enough to do that.
Right. I'm just saying, I'm looking at him. Before the game, I said, hey, this is your opportunity to change the narrative, blah, 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 blah. I'm not looking for that to happen anymore. I know what Domantas Sabonis is, and it's a damn good ball player, but if you're looking for him in a hero ball type of situation, that's not happening. And we know what that team wanted to do in the half-court defense with Anthony Davis and Derek Lively and Daniel Gafford, and the Kings could not get into transition because they could not stop the Mavs from scoring. That's the problem. 916 says, how quickly you guys turn on Sabonis. You know why his numbers are down? DeRozan. ISO ball. Last I checked, Sabonis is a triple-double machine before DeRozan arrived with his unwinnable ISO ball, yet no criticism for DeRozan. Come on, what are you talking about? Let me tell you something, 916. We do this stuff in segments. If I'm doing a Sabonis segment, I'm talking about Sabonis. Like I said, I understand people are dropping off their dogs at the vet. People are dropping off their kids, picking up their kids. I understand the cycle is about, I got 15 minutes with you. But as we break down the show, if I'm doing a segment on Sabonis, that does not mean that we never talk about DeMar DeRozan. We did before and we did after. So if Domantas Sabonis, and this goes prior to DeRozan. So you're bringing up DeRozan, and we agree that it wasn't a great fit. But if he's in these conversations that he has been in, that's part of the problem. You need someone to fit him. You're paying him $40 million, but he can't do this and he can't do that, and you need this. But now you're strapped with that cash. That's the issue. I don't have a problem with Sabonis. But when you look at the fact, one more time, Ivica Zubac is getting paid $58 million. Domantas Sabonis is getting paid $186. I'm not going to scapegoat him with DeMar DeRozan. It wasn't a great fit, but this is beyond DeMar DeRozan. It is very confusing to evaluate Domantas Sabonis. 916 says he was terrible in the Golden State series. He was terrible in that Phoenix game last year, period. He was terrible last night. And this is from someone that really likes Sabonis. That's from the 916. It's about reevaluating this stuff.
Real quick before we go to break, Allen, you're never going to believe this.
Okay.
On the day after the season ended, after we've never, ever heard from him again, on line one, we have Pharmacy Jeff.
Wow.
You're not going to believe it.
That is what happens. That's where we're at in this season.
He has reemerged after all these months.
Wow.
Pharmacy Jeff is here.
916-339-1140. Jeff wants to be a part of the conversation. Jeff, how you doing? What you got for us?
Hey, I'm doing okay. Hey, guys. So here's the thing. I feel like we're being a bit unfair to Sabonis.
Okay.
This guy carried this team for so long. Here's exactly what happened in a nutshell. I'm going to wrap it up for you real quick.
Okay.
This is what happened to the Kings this year. We made this trade. We got DeRozan. Everybody's excited. Yay, all-star player. He doesn't fit. It cost Mike Brown his job. He couldn't get it to work. He's an ISO player. I'm sure he's a great guy, and he's very talented, but he's an ISO player. You can't win that way. Then we bring in LaVine, and we get rid of Fox. Fox is pissed because Mike Brown got let go. Don't blame him. And then it just goes downhill from there. And Doug couldn't get it to work either. Domantas was putting up monster numbers, and last I checked, the last two seasons, just like what was said, Domantas was in the MVP talk, not like a serious contender, but up there talking. And so he had a terrible game and a subpar season. You know why he had a subpar season? Because he didn't get the ball.
Yeah.
They didn't run it through him.
Yeah. Jeff, real quick, I don't know how much you know about what went down, but can we get some clarity, Jeff? So we still play Your Gotta Go from the Pharmacy. Were you working that day?
Hold on, let me play it for Jeff real quick, because Jeff doesn't know that we still play the sound of him at the pharmacy.
Good dude by all accounts, but he does not fit. Does not fit. All right, gotta go.
Do you remember that, Jeff?
Yeah, I do.
So were you working, or did it get called and you had to pick something up?
I was working.
Okay.
I was walking into work, I believe.
Were you the one being summoned on the loudspeaker in that clip, if you remember?
No, it wasn't me. It wasn't me, but I just didn't want to have that in the background.
Right.
So that's why I got off the phone.
Wow, the mystery is solved as the 2024-2025 season comes to an end.
Jeff,
thanks for the call, Jeff.
Jeff, I hope you know we play that sound at the end of every show since. I always close the show with...
Gotta go.
So thank you. I'm glad that we finally have closed this loop.
Oh, that's awesome. All right, have a good day, guys.
Gotta go. Thanks for the call, Jeff. That is hilarious. You know, real quick, and I know we're over time, but you know, Jeff was talking about De'Aaron Fox, right? And a lot of this stuff is thrown around, but we know what the rumors were. That Domantas Sabonis was not a huge fan of Mike Brown. So stick with me here. Not a huge fan of Mike Brown, right? De'Aaron Fox connected to Mike Brown. Domantas Sabonis allegedly was hoping to move on from Mike Brown. Probably knew that De'Aaron Fox was connected to Mike Brown. So all of this stuff happens, and now his numbers don't look the same. So sometimes you got to look, and this is what we talked about on the show. Sometimes you got to look deeper than who you like, who works for you, whatever it is. Because you're probably right. But there are reports that he was a part of that. A part of that as well. And now look. So we got to look forward. It is what it is. Whitey Gleason's going to join us, see how he's feeling about everything, and we'll go from there. One more segment with you, Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Breaking: the Sacramento Kings and Scott Perry are finalizing a deal for him to become the next GM of the Kings. Keep it here for up-to-date breaking Sacramento Kings news. Sacktown Sports 1140.
I'm Ken Korak with your Green and Gold Report, brought to you by Comcast Business, powering possibilities. With a little historical perspective on Jacob Wilson's 15-game hitting streak to begin the season, which ended on the 13th against the Mets. In the expansion era, the only longer streak by an Athletic to start a season, San Javier hit in 17 straight in 1994. The Athletics record, Hank Majeski, 19 straight in 49.
Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business with reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup. Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. For details on special offers, including free professional installation and up to a $500 Visa prepaid card on qualifying internet bundles, log on to business.comcast.com. Comcast Business, powering possibility.
Power Business Technology is proud to be a 100% independent, locally owned and managed Toshiba copier dealer. Local ownership cuts out the red tape, allowing ourselves to never be too busy to personally answer the call when our clients need us. Recognized for excellence in service execution, training, and customer service, we're proud to be named a Toshiba ProMasters Elite Dealer since 2021. Contact us today for all your business printing needs at 844-POWER-BZ. That's 844-769-3729, or visit us at powercopiers.com.
And now a brief history of the garage door. Garage doors could date back to 450 BC when chariots were stored in gatehouses. Here in the States, they became a thing around the start of the 20th century. You could find a float-over door in a catalog way back in 1906. National Garage Door has been around since 1974. They're family-owned and operated. so you can trust them to solve any garage door issues you may have. Squeaky door, malfunctioning door, or a need for a new door, which is what prompted us to give them a call, 916-638-4554. At National Garage Door Services, their number one priority. I've witnessed that commitment in my own home, certainly in our garage. National Garage Door sells quality Rainer branded garage doors. They are the nation's BSE broken spring experts. So if you have a garage door that looks and sounds like it dates back to 450 BC, National Garage Door can help. Whether it's a garage door tune-up, repair, or replacement you need, they'll take care of you at National Garage Door. 916-638-4554. That's 916-638-4554. National Garage Door.
If you're not looking for a brand new car, at Elk Grove Honda, we've acquired some of the best pre-owned cars we can find. We've kept only the best of our trades, and our buyer has found some of the finest pre-owned Hondas available in Northern California. You can see for yourself at elkgrovehonda.com. Whether you purchase a brand new Honda or a like-new pre-owned Honda, your car buying experience will be the same. We have the right Honda at the right price. You'll find us in the Elk Grove Auto Mall, Highway 99 and Elk Grove Boulevard.
I gotta get an Elk Grove Honda.
It's Carmichael Dave talking to you about my good friends at American Energy. You're in the Sacramento area. You know how the seasons work. They are a-changing right now. So American Energy wants to help you stay warm for the rest of the cold season, but help you stay cool during the warm season. Best way to do that, make sure your system is operating safely. So right now is the time to take advantage of half off a tune-up, $24.50. They cut that right in half. And if you want a diagnostic, guess what? You can't beat free. If it's free, it's me, and now it can be you. And also, it's the end of the season blowout. $4,000 off a new system plus any rebates. That $4,000, that's a direct drop from the sticker price. It's a great deal. Check them out at theaeway.com or an instant quote, or give them a call at 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990. Tell them your good buddy Carmichael Dave sent you.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Your home for Kings talk and so much more.
Live and local.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
By the way, Whitey Gleason joins us. Klay Thompson last night was told in his post-game locker room presser, he was told he went 1 of 10 the last elimination game in Sacramento. He corrected the media member. 0 for 10, sir. Heard about it all summer. Heard about it all summer. So I think that was the easiest read unless you're Kyle Ledbetter. I think the easiest read was that Klay was going to be better. I don't know if we knew how much
took
better.
A shot at Kyle Ledbetter out of nowhere.
I mean, Kyle said he was going to score 0 points. So
in my defense, he scored 0 points in the first and third quarters.
Okay. Fair enough. And Whitey, they lost their mind and threw the ball all over the place. That's or all over the gym. That's what Coach Doug Christie said. I don't want to get too much into all of the stuff that you're going to break down. So I want to stick with what we were talking about, because I know you were here and you were listening as we were getting ready. Do you feel like I'm being unfair to Domantas Sabonis?
I didn't hear everything you had to say about him, to be honest, but I know that he is in line for a lot of criticism today. You know, you have to have, when you don't have the most talent in the league, your best players have to play well in the biggest game. You can't have two of them kind of be, you can't have one of them play terribly.
Yeah.
And he did.
Yeah.
So that's part of the job description.
Yeah.
You're the guy and you play terribly in an elimination game. And I don't know what, I wondered there had to be something to it because he was miserable last night.
Yeah. It was.
He couldn't hang on to the basketball.
No, he couldn't. 5 turnovers. They had 10 turnovers in the second quarter. And again, like I said, you're going to spend so much time on what happened off the court.
We might do a lot. The whole show might be A's today because they won their 9 and 10 now.
Hey, 9 and 10. The Sacramento were not Sacramento, we are not Dallas. A's, we are not the White Sox. That's how it goes.
I don't know. We can't even say that anymore for the Kings.
You really can't. I mean, Whitey, they got beat so bad. I'm not driving, but when I got home, I'm seeing on social media people saying, you know, Nick, I got to look at Skip Bayless. If Kyrie is healthy, the Mavs could have won the whole thing. They were so pathetic last night that people are starting to see Nico's vision. Only the Kings could pull that off. Only the Kings.
That was miserable. That was such a terrible, terrible loss. Everyone always says, you know, we've heard Doug Christie say a lot. That's inexcusable, right? We've heard that. Well, what does that mean? Unacceptable is the word I'm actually looking for. It's unacceptable.
Yeah.
What are you going to do? Does that mean you're not going to accept it? That last night, that was unacceptable.
It really was.
There has to be changes.
It really was. And that first quarter, I think they were up 2 at the end of the first quarter, and you felt pretty good about it. And now I guess the whole, and I don't know if scapegoat is the right word, is, oh, well, we need a point guard. We need a point guard. And to me, we can sit here and have a conversation about Monte drafting 18 guards. We can have a conversation about what control Monte had and what Vivek had his fingerprints on. But again, last night, you just didn't show up.
Right.
That's on everyone in that locker room. And I feel like, oddly enough, they were protected a bit from what happened last night because of moving on from Monte, and now everybody just wants to look to the future. Maybe that would have happened either way, but we played majority of the interviews, and I could probably count on one hand the questions about last night. Understandable, but I can't just let them off the hook like that. That's not about Doug. It's not about Vivek. It's not about Monte McNair. It's not about Wes in Utah. It's not about any of that. They didn't show up.
You know, part of it is they're just not as good as we all like to tell ourselves they are.
They're not that bad, though.
Not that bad. Not 44-19 in one quarter bad. No.
They're not that bad. And that was it for me, because there were conversations about whether or not Doug got out-coached. And I feel like, I hate to do the both things are true, maybe a little, but he can't control these guys letting Dante Exum and anyone wearing a Mavs jersey touch the paint at will, get up floaters. Anthony Davis hitting 3 threes because nobody is in his zip code. That's part of it too.
The Kings don't defend well. Can we agree on that?
Yes.
And they don't shoot especially well. They're at best streaky. They have nights when they shoot well. So they don't defend. They're streaky. They tend to turn the ball over. They're just not very good.
Yeah. They're not very good, but it was on them to at least have a decent showing.
Yes.
And I do think it was so bad. Like if there were glaring, I think it was so bad. That is what's causing me to not necessarily know how much Doug got quote unquote uncoached by, because it was outcoached because it was so bad.
We're all tired.
Yeah. They were so far behind. What are you going to do?
At that point.
And he just like, we just got to hope we find it and catch him.
Right. Doug McDermott.
That was his play. Yeah.
Get in there. Throwing the ball all over the gym. All right. Whitey Gleason, Kyle Draper, Jay Johnson coming up next. And they got a red hot show coming up for you with the Drive Guys. Thanks for all the callers, texters, Sack chatters. Thanks to Kyle. Great job handling those exit interviews. Until tomorrow, secure the bag. Maybe somebody will like the beam.
Good dude by all accounts, but he does not fit. Does not fit. All right, gotta go.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like to check the GPS directions first before driving to the mall.